Story 1. During the dinner I organized with some friends, the one who never pays showed up for the celebration, but I had a plan. My name is Nicole, and I need to tell you this story. I'm 28 years old. I work at a digital marketing company for 2 years. And until recently, I was one of those people who always avoid conflict. You know, that type who prefers to swallow frogs rather than create confusion. That was me. But some situations in life force us to show who we really are underneath this facade of a nice person. It all started when Tiffany arrived at the company. She was 31 years old, impeccable blonde hair, always well-dressed, and a confidence that I secretly envied. On her first day, I remember thinking, what an elegant woman. If I had known what was coming, the first signs were subtle. During the welcome lunch we organized for her, when the bill arrived and everyone started calculating their share, Tiffany suddenly became very busy on her phone. "Oh, guys, sorry. It's my mom calling with an emergency," she said, leaving hurriedly. "Can you divide for me? I'll transfer later." Of course, she never transferred. The following week, during a happy hour, the same thing. Tiffany ordered 3 expensive cocktails, went to the bathroom when it was time to pay, and came back saying her card had a system problem. Lucas, who was always too kind for his own good, ended up paying her share. I watched all this with a mixture of disbelief and admiration for her audacity. How does someone manage to do this without feeling shame? And most impressive, she did it with a naturalness that almost convinced you it was coincidence. The pattern repeated for months. Tiffany always found a creative excuse at the H hour. "I forgot my wallet in the car. My bank app is down. I just received an emergency call." And always with that sincere expression as if it really was her bad luck. Meanwhile, I noticed she drove a brand new Audi, used bags that cost more than my monthly salary, and always had her nails done at those expensive salons downtown. Her desk at the office was always full of shopping bags from stores I only knew by sight. During group lunches, she invariably forgot her wallet or received an urgent call precisely when the bill arrived. At after-work happy hours, she always ordered the most expensive drinks, but mysteriously needed to rush out before settling accounts, promising to transfer later, something that never happened. After 6 months observing this behavior, I began to realize it wasn't just coincidence or bad luck. It was a well-planned system. Tiffany had turned into art the ability to exploit colleagues' goodwill, always taking advantage of our politeness and reluctance to create conflict. The most irritating thing is that she didn't seem to have real financial problems. On the contrary, she lived flaunting a lifestyle that most of us only dreamed of. It was clear she simply didn't want to pay when she could make others pay for her. I started mentally documenting each incident, each lame excuse, each broken promise without knowing that soon I would have the perfect opportunity to use all this information. The truth is, I was starting to feel like an idiot for allowing this to continue happening. Not just with me, but seeing her do this to genuinely good people like Lucas, who works hard to support his sick mother, or Zoe, who had just moved and was trying to establish herself in the city. One day, during another group lunch, I watched Tiffany execute her usual performance. This time, she had ordered the most expensive dish on the menu, a grilled salmon for $45, while the rest of us opted for more affordable options. When it came time to pay, she received an urgent call from the dentist and had to rush out. "Guys, sorry. My dentist said my root canal is inflaming and I need to go right now," she announced dramatically, already grabbing her purse. "Can you guys divide for me? I promise I'll transfer today." Of course, she didn't transfer. And worse, the following Monday, she was flaunting a new cut and hair color that clearly cost more than $300. When someone complimented it, she responded casually, "Oh, I went to my usual salon. This weekend I also took advantage and did hydration, eyebrow design, and nails. I need to take care of myself, right?" It was at that moment I understood it wasn't a matter of money for emergencies. It was a matter of priorities. For Tiffany, taking care of appearance was a mandatory investment, but paying her share in outings with colleagues was dispensable. After all, there was always someone to cover for her. The last straw came on a Tuesday in October that I'll never forget. It was Zoe's birthday, our 25-year-old graphic designer. She's one of those genuinely sweet people. Came from Oregon a few months ago and was still adapting to big city life. To celebrate, she brought a tray of her grandmother's special brownies. It's a family recipe, she explained, all proud, while uncovering the tray in the break room. Big imported chocolate and peanuts that my grandmother sends from Oregon. She always made them when I was a child on my birthdays. You could see on her face how much that meant, the care she put into waking up at 5 in the morning to make something special to share with us. The tray was beautifully arranged with 12 perfectly cut brownies, each decorated with a pecan nut on top. Zoe had even placed a handwritten card. "Thank you for making my first year here so special." Tiffany arrived late that day. As always, when she saw the brownies in the break room, she simply devoured half the tray before other colleagues could try them. I was getting coffee when I saw the scene. Her eating one after another as if she owned them, not even bothering to read Zoe's little card. When Zoe arrived in the room to call everyone and saw that only 4 brownies remained for a team of 15 people, her face completely fell apart. "Tiffany," she said delicately, still trying to maintain composure, "I had made them for everyone to try. They were for us to celebrate together." Tiffany's response left me speechless, and was the moment I realized she wasn't just opportunistic, but genuinely cruel. "Oh, sorry, but they were kind of dry anyway," she said, licking her fingers theatrically. "You should use a better recipe next time, maybe less flour. And this chocolate seems to be one of those cheap ones from the supermarket." I saw tears forming in Zoe's eyes. She had spent more than $100 on imported ingredients, had woken up in the middle of the night, and had still been publicly humiliated. Other colleagues started arriving in the room at that moment, and the situation became even more embarrassing when they realized what had happened. "Wow, Zoe, what delicious brownies," said Marcus, trying to grab one of the few that remained. "Did you make these?" "Yes," Zoe responded with a choked voice, "but I think they didn't turn out very good." It was at that moment something inside me changed forever. It wasn't about money or restaurant bills anymore. It was about basic respect, about human decency, about protecting good people from predators like Tiffany. She had crossed a line I didn't even know existed until I saw it being crossed so cruelly and unnecessarily. A week after the brownie incident, Tiffany's behavior reached a new level of lewdness that I couldn't imagine being possible. We had agreed to order Hawaiian food for a group lunch at the office. It was a Friday and everyone was excited to relax a bit after a tough week. Lucas had carefully chosen a special poke bowl with salmon and tuna, the most expensive on the menu, which cost almost $40. For him, who was always very controlled with expenses, that represented a small luxury he rarely allowed himself. I remember him commenting, "Only once a month I give myself this gift." When the food arrived, Lucas was on an important call with a client from the West Coast. It was a negotiation he had been working on for 3 weeks to close a 6-month contract, so he couldn't simply hang up. He made a gesture to everyone indicating it would be quick and left his food on the kitchen table along with the others. Tiffany saw his poke bowl on the table and without any ceremony took it and started eating. It wasn't an innocent mistake. She looked around, saw that no one was paying attention, and simply appropriated the most expensive food that had been ordered. When Lucas finally managed to end the call 15 minutes later and returned to get his lunch, he found only the empty container in the trash. "Tiffany, that was my poke bowl," he said, still trying to process what had happened, pointing to the container she had thrown away. "Oh, I thought it was mine," she responded without stopping chewing, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It was just a misunderstanding." "But you didn't even order a poke bowl?" Lucas insisted, visibly trying to stay calm. "You ordered quinoa salad. It's there on the table with your name on the container." Tiffany shrugged with an indifference that was almost impressive. "Well, I already ate it now. There's no way to undo it. Besides, that salmon was kind of tasteless. You should complain to the restaurant." Lucas, who is normally the most patient person in the world, completely lost his patience. His voice rose several tones. "You can't just take other people's food. This is unbelievable. I was looking forward to this food all week." "Wow, how rude," Tiffany responded, acting shocked and putting her hand on her chest in a theatrical gesture. You don't need to yell at me over a misunderstanding. What aggressiveness is this? Honestly, Lucas, I thought you were more mature. She left the office all indignant, leaving Lucas without lunch, without money to order another, because he had spent everything on the poke bowl she devoured, and on top of that, being treated as if he were the villain of the story. It was the most impressive performance of manipulation I had ever witnessed. In a matter of seconds, she transformed Lucas from victim to aggressor and still came out as the offended party. That night, while driving home, I couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened. Zoe humiliated, Lucas exploited and still made the villain, and me always watching silently, always avoiding confrontation, always being the polite person who doesn't want to cause problems. But mainly, I couldn't forget Lucas's expression when he realized he wouldn't have lunch. He had worked all morning without eating anything, waiting for that poke bowl. And the way Tiffany managed to make him feel guilty for being upset about his own loss was diabolical. I arrived home decided. My boyfriend David works as a chef at an Asian fusion restaurant downtown, and I knew exactly how to use this connection to my advantage. It was time for Tiffany to meet a version of Nicole that she hadn't seen yet. The version that doesn't accept being passed over or seeing good people being exploited. I called David that same night. Love, I need a favor. Do you guys still give discounts for corporate groups? When he confirmed, I smiled for the first time in weeks. Finally, I had a plan that could work. The next morning, I sent an email to 8 people from the office, including Tiffany. Guys, how about we organize a get-together on Friday? I found an incredible restaurant that gives discounts for groups. It'll be at Sakura Fusion at 7 at night. The discount is on me. When some closer friends warned me about including Tiffany on the list, I just smiled mysteriously. Trust me, I said. This time will be different. I chose Sakura Fusion strategically. It wasn't just because of the connection with David, but because of the perfect location for my plan. The restaurant is on the 22nd floor of a commercial building with a single entrance controlled by elevators. Once up there, it's practically impossible to leave discreetly without being noticed by everyone at the table. Besides, the dishes cost between $35 and $65 each. It wasn't exorbitant for a sophisticated place, but expensive enough to make any escape attempt embarrassing. And David had guaranteed me a private table at the back of the restaurant, away from the main movement, and more importantly, away from any discreet exit. During the week, I observed Tiffany at the office with a new perspective. Now that I knew what to look for, I could see all the small signs of her manipulative behavior. The way she always positioned herself away from the bill at restaurants. How she mysteriously needed to answer important calls when it was time to split expenses. The calculated way she made her emergencies arise. David helped me plan every detail. Are you sure you don't want to tell me what the complete plan is? He asked during the week, curious about my sudden determination to organize this dinner. Just trust me, I replied, and make sure our table is as isolated as possible. I need it to be impossible to leave without everyone seeing. On Thursday, Tiffany even tried to find out more details about the dinner. Nicole, what kind of food do they serve at this place? She asked with an innocent smile that I now recognized as calculated. Is it very expensive? I don't want it to be an embarrassing situation for anyone. The irony of her concern about embarrassing situations almost made me laugh. It's Asian fusion, I replied casually. The prices are reasonable for the quality. David got a good discount for corporate groups. You'll love it. Friday finally arrived. I spent the whole day with butterflies in my stomach, but determined. I arrived at the restaurant 15 minutes before the scheduled time to confirm all the details with David. He had reserved the exact table I asked for in the most remote corner with a view of the city, but strategically positioned so that anyone leaving would have to pass through the entire restaurant area. The bill will be presented as you asked, David assured me, and our staff is instructed about the situation. No one will accept excuses about cards with problems or apps being down. The group started arriving at 7 sharp. First came Lucas and Zoe, still a bit wary about Tiffany's presence at the dinner. Are you sure it's a good idea? Lucas whispered when he arrived. Just watch, I replied. This time will be different. Then came Sarah, our account manager, accompanied by Miguel and Amanda from the finance department. Last came James and his boyfriend Kevin, who also works with us in the IT department. Tiffany was the last to show up, obviously. She entered the restaurant as if she owned the place, wearing a black dress that clearly cost more than my monthly rent and shoes I was sure I had seen in the Louboutin window for more than $1,000. "What a beautiful place, Nicole!" she exclaimed, looking around with genuine approval. "You really have good taste, and what an incredible view. It must have cost a fortune to get this reservation." In the first 30 minutes, everything went normally. We talked about work, about weekend plans, about the new Korean series everyone was watching. Tiffany was in her element, telling stories about her latest shopping trips and a trip to Napa Valley she had taken the previous month. "I spent a fortune on wines," she laughed, as if spending fortunes were the most natural thing in the world. "But when you find a 1998 Cabernet Sauvignon, you can't let it pass, right?" Then came time to order food. I watched fascinated while everyone carefully studied the menu, clearly worried about prices. Lucas opted for a teriyaki chicken dish for $38. Zoe chose a salmon salad for $32. Sarah and the others made similar choices, all budget-conscious. Tiffany, on the other hand, seemed to be shopping at a free buffet. "I want the premium sashimi combo," she announced without hesitation, pointing to the most expensive item in the raw fish section, and also the special tempura shrimp as an appetizer. I discreetly consulted the menu. The sashimi cost $58. The shrimp, $42. "And how about we order sake for the table?" she continued, already calling the waiter without consulting anyone. "The premium one. Do you have Junmai Daijinjo?" Before anyone could politely protest, she had ordered a bottle of sake that cost $85. "It's on the house, guys, to celebrate our friendship and this wonderful place Nicole found." Of course, on the house meant it would be divided among all of us, raising each person's individual bill by another $10. During dinner, I watched fascinated while Tiffany executed her usual performance. But this time I was prepared. She completely dominated the conversation, talking non-stop about herself, her apartment redecorating plans, her ideas for the next Caribbean vacation. "I'm thinking about Turks and Caicos," she was saying, gesturing with chopsticks full of $58 sashimi. "Or maybe the Bahamas. Those all-inclusive resorts are divine, right? Of course, they cost $3,000 per week, but you can't put a price on relaxation." She also monopolized the shared dishes I had suggested for the group. We had ordered edamame, gyoza, and a tataki appetizer to share. Tiffany consumed at least half of everything, as if it were her personal meal. "Wow, what wonderful gyoza!" she exclaimed, taking the fourth in a row. "You guys have to try them." "Oh wait, are they finished? What a shame." Her voracity was impressive. She ate as if she hadn't seen food in days, which was ironic considering she frequented expensive restaurants regularly. The difference is that this time she was really paying for everything she consumed. When desserts were served and the atmosphere was more relaxed, I discreetly signaled to the waiter it was time for the most important part of my plan. David had instructed the staff on how to proceed and everything was working perfectly. The waiter approached and announced, "Excuse me, everyone. The bill came to $580 for 8 people. That's $72.50 per person. Do you prefer to split on card or each pay individually?" It was then that Tiffany immediately stood up like a conditioned reflex. "Oh, guys, I'm feeling sick," she announced dramatically, bringing her hand to her forehead in a gesture she had used dozens of times before. "I think it was something I ate. Must have been that salmon. Sometimes raw fish doesn't agree with me. I'll just go to the bathroom to freshen up a bit." She left hurriedly, leaving only her Prada bag on the chair, a move also calculated to show she would obviously return soon. I waited exactly 5 minutes, timing it on my phone before acting. "Guys, she must be really feeling sick," I said, feigning concern. "I'll see if she's okay." Carefully, I opened her bag in front of everyone. It wasn't invasion of privacy when done publicly and with plausible justification. I found only basic items: expensive makeup, imported gum, brand perfume, and the Audi keys. No wallet in sight. How strange. I commented loud enough for everyone to hear. There's no wallet here. Maybe she left it in the car. I took the keys discreetly. I'll see if it's in her car. Maybe she forgot it. Actually, I had a very different plan for those keys. That night, while driving home after the most revealing dinner of my life, I couldn't stop thinking about how everything had unfolded exactly as I expected. Tiffany had shown her true colors once again, but this time I was prepared. My boyfriend David had asked me during the week if I was sure about the plan, and now I knew the answer was definitely yes. It was time for Tiffany to learn that some people don't accept being exploited indefinitely. What she didn't know is that I had documented everything, not just her behavior that night, but months of manipulation patterns. And now I had concrete evidence of the luxurious lifestyle she maintained at the expense of others. The game had changed, and for the first time in a long time, I was in control of the situation. I left the restaurant and headed to the parking lot with Tiffany's keys in hand. My heart was racing, but I felt more determined than ever. I wasn't doing anything illegal, just checking if her wallet was in the car like any good colleague would do. Tiffany's silver Audi was parked very close to the entrance, as always. She had the habit of arriving early to places just to get the best spots. I used the keys to open the trunk, and what I found exceeded all my expectations. There were at least 6 shopping bags from expensive stores scattered inside: Nordstrom, Saks Fifth Avenue, Coach, and even a small bag from Tiffany & Company. Clothes with tags still attached, brand shoes in untouched boxes, and even some jewelry packaged as gifts. Quickly, I started photographing everything with my phone, documenting each expensive item Tiffany had bought recently. A $400 Theory dress, $600 Jimmy Choo shoes, a new $800 Coach bag. The amount of luxury in there was obscene. But what really shocked me were the receipts that were in the bags. I took some and photographed them, too. The purchases had been made that same week, spread between Monday and Thursday. The total I managed to document exceeded $2,000 in just 4 days. One receipt in particular caught my attention. $300 spent at a spa the previous Tuesday, exactly the day she had forgotten her wallet at lunch with the team. Another receipt showed a $500 purchase at Sephora on Thursday, the same day she asked Lucas to pay for her drinks because her app was down. I returned to the restaurant with enough evidence to confront Tiffany, but she still hadn't returned from the bathroom. Another 10 minutes passed before she appeared with a sickly expression that was pure theatrical performance. "Sorry guys, I'm really feeling sick." She began her usual act, one hand on her stomach and another on her forehead. "I think it was food poisoning. That salmon must have been spoiled. I'll have to go home immediately." She made a dramatic pause, looking around the table with an expression of someone fighting nausea. "Can I transfer my share tomorrow or at the beginning of the week? I promise I won't forget." It was the same promise she had been making for months and never kept. I calmly placed my phone on the table with the screen facing up, showing photos of the luxury purchases. "Interesting," I said, keeping my voice serene and controlled. "Because from what I saw in your car, you spent more than $2,000 on shopping this week. I'm sure $72.50 won't break your budget." The silence at the table was deafening. You could hear the restaurant's ambient music and the distant noise of conversations from other tables. But our table was completely mute. Everyone looked alternately at me, at the phone, and at Tiffany. Tiffany became visibly pale, but tried to maintain the farce. Her voice, however, had lost its theatrical confidence. Those purchases were gifts I was buying for other people. For my mother, for my sister. I swiped the screen and showed a specific photo of a receipt. "This $400 Theory dress is in medium size, exactly your size. And this receipt shows it was paid with your personal credit card, not as a gift." I showed another receipt. "And here, $300 spent at the spa last Tuesday. The same day you forgot your wallet at lunch and Lucas had to pay your share." Tiffany's expression quickly changed from pale to red with anger. She realized she had been completely cornered with no possible escape. "These Jimmy Choo shoes," I continued, showing another photo, "also in your size. And this Coach bag in the photo is exactly like the one you used yesterday at the office." Without escape and with 7 people looking directly at her, Tiffany finally gave up the performance. With hands trembling from anger and humiliation, she took her phone and opened the bank transfer app. 72.50, she muttered through clenched teeth, typing the amount with an aggressiveness that made the phone shake in her hands. The transfer appeared on my phone instantly. For the first time in months, Tiffany had actually paid her share and in front of witnesses. The rest of the dinner ended in uncomfortable silence. Tiffany remained seated but didn't say another word. The others talked in low voices, clearly processing what they had witnessed. When we finally got up to leave, Tiffany was the first to go without saying goodbye to anyone. She simply took her bag and left the restaurant with quick, hard steps. "Wow, Nicole," Sarah whispered while we waited for the elevator. "How long have you known about all this?" The following Monday, Tiffany initiated a subtle but devastating defamation campaign. I already expected a reaction, but the speed and intensity with which she acted surprised me. It was as if she had spent the entire weekend planning her counteroffensive. She started early, arriving at the office before everyone else and positioning herself strategically in the kitchen where she knew people would pass to get coffee. When Amanda arrived, Tiffany was already there with red eyes as if she had been crying. "Hi, Amanda," she said with a fragile voice that I immediately recognized as another performance. "Do you have a minute? I need to vent to someone about what happened on Friday." Throughout the morning, I watched Tiffany execute the same scene with different people. For each colleague who appeared, she told a slightly different version of the story, always painting herself as the victim of a cruel and humiliating situation. "Nicole attacked me publicly," she heard whispering to Marcus from accounting. "She violated my privacy, went through my personal things, and humiliated me in front of everyone. I've never felt so embarrassed in my life." For Rebecca from HR, the story had other details. "I was really feeling sick with suspected food poisoning, and even so she forced me to pay. She didn't show even a bit of empathy or compassion." And for Tom from marketing, "Tom, the worst part is that I'm going through some financial difficulties that I prefer to keep private. My father is sick and I have many medical expenses. I thought she would understand, but instead I was cruelly attacked." Tiffany's narrative was brilliantly constructed. She mixed elements of truth with convincing lies, always positioning herself as the vulnerable party. She painted our confrontation as an unprovoked attack by a cruel person against someone who was genuinely in need. Most impressive was how she could modulate her voice and expression for each person. With men, she used a more fragile, almost childish tone. With women, she was more indignant, appealing to female solidarity. With supervisors, she emphasized issues of professionalism and hostile work environment. Honestly, she told Jennifer from communications, "I thought Nicole was more mature. I never imagined she could be so envious and petty just because I have a better car than hers." When Lucas told me about the rumors that were spreading, I felt a mixture of anger and admiration for Tiffany's strategy. She had completely transformed the narrative in less than 48 hours. "Some people are starting to question what really happened on Friday. Lucas warned me during lunch. She's saying you invaded her privacy and that it was all a misunderstanding and that she's going through financial difficulties," added Zoe, who had heard the version of the story told to Rebecca. "Like her father is sick and she has many medical bills to pay. I knew I needed to prepare adequately for this war of narratives." Tiffany had proven to be a master at manipulation, and I couldn't underestimate her ability to turn the situation in her favor. I spent the entire week meticulously collecting evidence like a detective building a case. First, I recovered all the screenshots of old messages where Tiffany promised to transfer later, but never did. I had at least 15 different WhatsApp conversations over 6 months. Then I dove into her social media, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Everything was public, and it was a gold mine of contradictory evidence. Her posts showed a lifestyle completely incompatible with someone in financial difficulties. There were photos of expensive trips, a weekend in Napa Valley in September, a getaway to Miami in August, a spa resort in Scottsdale in July. Each trip easily cost more than $2,000 based on the hotels and restaurants she tagged in the locations. The restaurant photos were especially revealing. Dinners at sophisticated places at least 3 times a week, always with expensive dishes and premium wines. In a photo from August, she was holding a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne that cost more than $300. "Celebrating another finished project," said the caption. "Life is too short not to give ourselves the little luxuries we deserve. Blessed, work hard, play hard." I also collected written testimonies from Zoe about the brownie incident and from Lucas about the stolen poke bowl. Both wrote detailed accounts of how they were treated, including the exact words Tiffany had used. Zoe's account was particularly touching. She not only ate my brownies without asking, but criticized me in front of other colleagues, saying they were dry and that I should use better ingredients. I had woken up at 5 a.m. to make something special for everyone using a family recipe and expensive ingredients I brought from Oregon. I felt humiliated and devalued. Lucas was more direct. "Tiffany simply took my food and ate it, then refused to pay or order another dish. When I confronted her politely, she made me look like the villain of the situation. It was pure and simple manipulation." I created a detailed list of all the events where Tiffany had avoided paying with dates, approximate amounts, and witnesses present. The list had more than 20 different incidents over 6 months. Through a mutual friend on LinkedIn, I also discovered information about her behavior at her previous job. Apparently, Tiffany had done exactly the same thing at the public relations company where she worked before. According to my source, she was known for constantly forgetting her wallet and always finding excuses not to pay her share at social events. She did the same thing there, my friend told me over the phone, always borrowing money for lunch and never returning it. When she left the company, she owed at least 5 different people. By the end of the week, I had a complete dossier on Tiffany's behavior pattern. It wasn't just about the restaurant or about money. It was about a lifestyle built on top of systematic exploitation of others' goodwill. During the happy hour the following Friday, Tiffany decided to execute her final revenge plan. She had chosen the perfect moment. End of the week, relaxed environment, and 15 colleagues present, including some people who weren't at the dinner and had only heard her version of the facts. She waited until everyone had at least one drink, and the atmosphere was lively. Then, as if it were a sudden impulse, she asked for everyone's attention. "Guys," she said, lightly tapping the table to get attention. "I know it's not appropriate to talk about this here, but I need to clarify some things about what happened last week." The bar became quieter with everyone turning to her. It was exactly the type of audience she wanted, a group large enough for maximum impact. "I was attacked and publicly humiliated by Nicole," she began, her voice trembling with apparently genuine emotion. "In front of you, my friends and work colleagues. And this over a misunderstanding about a restaurant bill." She paused for dramatic effect, looking around to capture everyone's attention. "I was really sick that night," she continued, feeling bad with what was clearly food poisoning. "And even so, instead of receiving support and understanding, I was embarrassed and attacked." Her tears seemed genuine as she spoke. "What hurts me most is that I'm going through a difficult time financially. My father has health problems and I have many medical expenses. I thought I could count on my colleagues' understanding, but instead, she didn't finish the sentence, letting the silence carry the implication that she had been treated cruelly and insensitively. It was a masterful performance. She had transformed a confrontation about manipulative behavior into a story of bullying against a vulnerable person. Several people at the table seemed genuinely moved, especially those who didn't know the full context. I let her finish completely before standing up calmly. My heart was racing, but my voice came out firm and controlled. "Since we're talking publicly about this," I said, connecting my phone to the bar's projector that I had borrowed earlier, "I think everyone deserves to see the complete picture." What happened next was one of the most intense experiences of my life. I had prepared a presentation that I mentally called Tiffany's Behavior Timeline, and I was about to show 6 months of evidence to 15 work colleagues. The first screen showed photos of the luxury purchases I had taken in the restaurant parking lot. These photos were taken in Tiffany's car last Friday. I began, keeping my voice calm and factual. More than $2,000 in purchases made in the same week. She claimed to be going through financial difficulties. I showed each individual receipt, highlighting dates and amounts. Tuesday, $300 at the spa. Wednesday, $800 on a Coach bag. Thursday, $500 at Sephora. The second part was screenshots of WhatsApp conversations. Here we have 15 different conversations over 6 months, where Tiffany promised to transfer later and never did. I read some of the most revealing messages. "Oh guys, my bank app is bugged. I'll transfer tomorrow for sure." Or, "I forgot my wallet in the car, but I promise I'll transfer on Monday." All these promises were never kept. I continued. The third section was devastating. Screenshots from Tiffany's social media showing her luxurious lifestyle. Photos at expensive restaurants, trips to resorts, purchases at designer stores. Each image was dated and accompanied by the approximate value based on the locations and items shown. "This dinner at the French restaurant cost at least $200 per person," I explained, showing a photo where she was holding a wine bottle I had researched afterward. It cost $150. This trip to Napa Valley in September, based on the hotel she tagged in the location, cost at least $1,500. The fourth part was testimonies from Zoe and Lucas. I read the complete account of the brownie incident and the stolen poke bowl, allowing everyone to hear exactly how Tiffany had treated our colleagues. After eating half of the brownies that Zoe had made especially for her birthday, I read, Tiffany said, "They were kind of dry anyway. You should use a better recipe." You could hear some people whispering, "Wow," and "How cruel," while I read. The fifth section was about the behavior pattern at her previous job. Through a reliable source, I discovered that Tiffany did exactly the same thing at the company where she worked before. Multiple people reported borrowed money for lunch that was never returned and a consistent pattern of avoiding paying her share at social events. Finally, I showed the complete chronological list. 23 documented incidents in 6 months with dates, approximate amounts, and witnesses present. The presentation lasted 10 minutes and the silence in the bar was total. All allegations of financial difficulties were contradicted by visual evidence of extravagant spending. Each story of misunderstandings was contextualized within a clear and systematic pattern. When I finished, I looked directly at Tiffany. She was pale as a ghost, without words to refute such concrete and comprehensive evidence. "This is the information I have," I concluded. "Each person can draw their own conclusions." Confronted with irrefutable evidence and the presence of 15 witnesses, Tiffany had no way to maintain her victim narrative. There was no possible excuse to explain how someone in financial difficulties could spend thousands of dollars on luxuries while systematically exploiting work colleagues. The group's reaction was immediate and unanimous. There was no discussion or debate. The evidence spoke for itself. Sarah, our manager, was the first to speak. "Tiffany," she said in a tone I had never heard her use, "this is absolutely unacceptable. This behavior stops here now." Marcus, who had been one of the most sympathetic to Tiffany's victim version, shook his head in disbelief. "I can't believe you manipulated us this way." Tiffany tried one last desperate defense. "You guys don't understand," she began, but her voice had lost all theatrical conviction. "Things aren't as simple as that." "What's not simple?" interrupted Jennifer. "Spending $800 on a bag and then saying you can't pay $70 for dinner, or humiliating Zoe after eating her brownies," added James, visibly irritated. From that moment on, Tiffany was officially banned from all office social events. It wasn't a formal declaration, but a tacit and collective understanding. No one would invite her to anything anymore. No one would accept her excuses anymore, and no one would be exploited by her manipulation anymore. In the following days, it was fascinating to observe how the office dynamics changed. Colleagues who had been silently affected by Tiffany began sharing their own experiences now that they felt safe to speak. Rebecca from HR told me that Tiffany had borrowed $20 from her 3 months ago for emergency gas and never returned it. Tom from marketing revealed that she always asked for rides to events and never offered help with gas. Amanda mentioned that Tiffany had forgotten to pay her share in the collective gift for our boss's birthday. I always found it strange, said Miguel during lunch. But I never wanted to seem petty complaining about $20 or $30 here and there. That's exactly it, I replied. She counted on our politeness and our reluctance to create conflict over small amounts. But when you add it all up, it was impressive to discover how widespread the problem was. Tiffany had affected practically the entire team in some way, always using the same method. Amounts small enough not to justify a confrontation, but large enough to accumulate significant benefit for her over time. Lucas calculated that just in the events he remembered, he had paid more than $200 extra covering Tiffany's share throughout the year. When you put it on paper, he said, it's kind of scary how I was exploited. Zoe confessed that she had started avoiding social events because she felt uncomfortable with Tiffany's behavior, but didn't know how to address the situation. I thought it was just me, she said. I thought maybe I was being too sensitive. 3 weeks after the presentation at the bar, Tiffany requested a transfer to another department. Officially, it was for new professional growth opportunities. In practice, everyone knew she could no longer function in an environment where her behavior had been completely exposed. The transfer request was quickly approved. Our manager, who had learned about the entire situation through Sarah, seemed relieved to solve the problem without having to take formal disciplinary measures. On Tiffany's last day in our department, she cleaned her desk in silence. There was no farewell party, no collective gifts, no speeches about "we'll miss you." She simply took her things and left. Some people felt uncomfortable with how definitive the ostracism was, but most agreed that the consequences were appropriate for the behavior. As Sarah put it, actions have consequences. She created this situation with her own choices. The office environment improved dramatically after Tiffany's departure. People returned to organizing social events without fear of being exploited. Friday happy hour became fun again instead of stressful. Group lunches flowed naturally without drama when it came time to split the bill. More importantly, we inadvertently created a healthy precedent. Everyone now felt authorized to confront exploitative behaviors before they became bigger problems. The group had learned that good manners didn't mean accepting being exploited indefinitely. I became a kind of silent heroine of the group, the person who finally had the courage to face behavior that everyone knew was wrong, but no one had effectively confronted. But what made me most proud was having protected genuinely good people like Zoe and Lucas from continuing to be exploited. The most important lesson we all learned was that sometimes the only way to deal with people who systematically exploit others' goodwill is to confront them with concrete evidence and real consequences. Politeness and patience are virtues, but they shouldn't be weapons used against us. 6 months after this entire situation, I can say that my life changed in ways I never expected. Not just because I managed to get rid of Tiffany, but because I discovered a version of myself that I didn't know existed. For years, I was that person who avoided conflicts at any cost. I preferred to be exploited rather than create uncomfortable situations. I thought being polite meant accepting anything others did, even when it was clearly wrong. The Tiffany case taught me that there's a huge difference between being kind and being a doormat. Genuine kindness comes from a place of strength and choice, not fear of confrontation. When we allow people to exploit us because of our politeness, we're not being noble. We're being complicit with destructive behavior. Most importantly, I learned that when we don't confront toxic people, we're not just allowing them to hurt us. We're allowing them to hurt other people too. Zoe didn't deserve to be humiliated. Lucas didn't deserve to be exploited. And how many other people had Tiffany affected in previous jobs because no one ever confronted her adequately? In the following months, I continued organizing dinners with the group, but now with a completely different dynamic. People felt free to be genuine without fear of being exploited. Our events became more frequent and more fun because everyone knew they were in a safe and respectful environment. Lucas returned to being the kind and generous guy he always was, but now with healthy boundaries. He learned to say no when necessary and not feel guilty about protecting his own resources and well-being. Zoe flourished completely. Without Tiffany to undermine her confidence, She became one of the most creative and collaborative people on the team. She even started bringing her culinary creations regularly to the office, knowing she would be genuinely appreciated. Sarah, our manager, confessed to me months later that she had noticed Tiffany's behavior, but didn't know how to address it without concrete evidence. "You did what I should have done as a leader," she said. "You taught me the importance of documenting problems and confronting them directly." Most interesting is that our experience became a kind of legend in the office. New employees eventually heard the story, always told respectfully, focusing on lessons learned. And this created a culture where exploitative behaviors were quickly identified and stopped. A few months later, I received an unexpected message on LinkedIn. It was from a woman named Jessica who had worked with Tiffany at her previous company. "Hi Nicole, I know this might seem strange, but a mutual friend told me about the situation with Tiffany at your office. I wanted to tell you that you did the right thing. She did the same thing to us for almost a year before being transferred. No one ever had the courage to confront her adequately. Thank you for finally doing it." The message made me realize that Tiffany probably had a behavior pattern that extended for years, maybe decades. How many work colleagues had been affected? How many genuinely good people had been exploited and humiliated? This gave me a sense of closure I didn't expect. It wasn't about revenge or making Tiffany pay for what she had done. It was about interrupting a destructive cycle that had probably affected dozens of people over the years. David, my boyfriend, observed the entire transformation up close. "You're different," he commented one day. "More confident, more assertive. It's like you found your voice." He was right. Confronting Tiffany had given me access to a part of myself that I had suppressed for years. The part that knew how to defend what was right, that wasn't afraid of uncomfortable situations when necessary, that could protect vulnerable people from predators. I started applying these lessons to other areas of life. At work, I became more willing to question decisions that didn't make sense and propose alternatives. In personal relationships, I established clearer boundaries and stopped accepting behaviors that bothered me just to avoid conflict. A year later, I received a promotion to team manager. My boss specifically mentioned my ability to handle difficult situations in a mature and effective way as one of the decision factors. As for Tiffany, I learned through occasional comments that she continued the same pattern in the new department, but for a much shorter time. People already knew her reputation, and when she tried to repeat the same behaviors, she was quickly confronted. Eventually, she left the company completely. I didn't feel joy about this, nor satisfaction from revenge. Actually, I felt genuine sadness for someone who had chosen to build a life based on exploiting others instead of developing genuine relationship and contribution skills. But I also felt proud of having contributed to creating an environment where people like Zoe and Lucas could prosper without fear of being exploited, where genuine kindness was valued and protected, not exploited. Today, when I organize social events, I'm always attentive to group dynamics and behaviors that might indicate exploitation or manipulation, not in a paranoid way but in a protective way. I learned that creating healthy environments is active work, not something that happens automatically. I also became an informal mentor for people dealing with similar situations. Several times, colleagues from other departments came to ask me for advice on how to deal with manipulative or exploitative people on their teams. My answer is always the same. Document everything, collect evidence, and confront with facts, not emotions. But mainly, remember that protecting your own dignity and that of other people isn't cruelty, it's responsibility. The story with Tiffany taught me that there's a fundamental difference between people who make occasional mistakes and people who systematically exploit others. We all forget wallets sometimes or go through temporary financial difficulties. But when there's a consistent pattern combined with a lifestyle that contradicts claims of difficulty, you're dealing with something very different. And Nicole? Well, I continued organizing dinners with the group, but now I knew exactly how to identify and deal with freeloaders before they could cause damage to the group. More importantly, I learned that sometimes the kindest thing you can do is protect good people from people who want to hurt them. The most valuable lesson from all this was discovering that you can be a fundamentally good and kind person without being a doormat. That establishing healthy boundaries doesn't make you cruel or petty. It makes you responsible. and that protecting your own dignity and that of other people isn't optional when you truly care about creating a better world. Today, when I see similar situations happening around me, I don't hesitate to act. Not aggressively or vindicatively, but firmly and based on facts. Because I learned that silence in the face of exploitation isn't virtue, it's complicity. And that's my story about how an apparently ordinary person discovered they had enough strength to face an experienced manipulator and protect an entire group of genuinely good people. It wasn't about revenge or humiliation. It was about dignity, mutual respect, and the courage to do the right thing even when it's uncomfortable. And that was the story of how Nicole discovered that being kind doesn't mean being a doormat. And that sometimes protecting good people requires courage to confront toxic behaviors. What did you think of Nicole's attitude? Did she go too far or do exactly what needed to be done? Leave your opinion in the comments and tell me. Have you ever been through a similar situation? Have you ever had to deal with that person who always forgets their wallet when it's time to pay? How did you react? If you liked the story and want to see more content about toxic relationships, emotional manipulation, and how to establish healthy boundaries, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Next week, we're going to talk about warning signs in friendships and how to identify people who only show up when they need something. Don't miss it. And remember, you deserve to be surrounded by people who respect and value you. Never accept less than that. Now on to the next story. Story 2. After the breakup, I quit my job without hesitation and was about to board a plane to start a new life abroad with my ex-girlfriend, who was also my former boss. She unexpectedly showed up at the airport to try to win me back. She claimed she had already fired her assistant and offered me the position of second-in-command at the company. But as soon as I decided to stay and get back with her, she let go of my hand and started chatting cheerfully on the phone with her assistant. "Raphael, you won the bet. That fool actually thought I wanted him back," she said with a mocking smile. "It was just a joke, and you took it seriously. If you want to leave, go ahead. No one's stopping you." Now, my coworkers laughed, saying I was like a dog, always ready to come back when she called. What they didn't know was that I had only abandoned my plan to move abroad because the new company I was joining had just completed an acquisition, and I was going to be their new CEO. When my ex-girlfriend, Anna, revealed with an air of superiority that her attempt to keep me was just a joke, I didn't get angry. I simply took out my phone to book a flight back home. The coworkers around me looked at me with scorn. Daniel, the CEO, said, "You don't plan to stay with her? Why are you still standing here? Go ahead and book that flight. Weren't you bragging about getting an offer abroad? What happened? Did they change their mind?" Anna watched as they mocked me, not lifting a finger to stop them. For years, this oppressive and humiliating work environment surrounded me. In the past, I would have felt the need to defend myself, outraged that my girlfriend wouldn't stand up for me, but now I felt nothing, as if I were watching a clown show. "My business isn't your concern, is it?" I said calmly. Anna scoffed, looking me up and down with disdain. "You're still so stubborn with your so-called skills. If I hadn't supported you all these years, maybe you wouldn't even have food to eat. Moving abroad? What a joke. Yes, I'm a graduate of a prestigious university. I left behind a well-paid job that others could only dream of to help her build everything from scratch. Yet, in Anna's eyes, I was useless. I was only where I was because of her, or so she thought. I almost laughed. I loved her deeply. Even after years of damage, I remained stuck in a manager position and never complained. But when she started handing my projects over to the new assistant, Raphael, and blaming me for his mistakes, making me face the consequences, she demoted me and cut my salary while promoting and giving raises to Raphael. That's when I finally woke up. That one-sided love I had been holding on to, it had to end. So I quit and broke up with her, deciding to pursue my own career. When I left that office for the last time, a mix of relief and anger washed over me. Relief for finally freeing myself from the toxic environment that was slowly draining me, and anger for having allowed Anna and her whims to dictate my life for so long. I didn't look back. Every step I took was a silent statement that I would never return to that place. In the beginning, things were uncertain. Although I knew I had the skills, the job market could be ruthless. But I had an ace up my sleeve that no one there knew about. An offer to become the CEO of an international tech company that had just completed the acquisition of a competitor. I accepted without hesitation. At my new job, I dedicated myself like never before. I spent countless nights planning strategies, reorganizing teams, and exploring untapped markets. Within a few months, the company's profits skyrocketed, and my reputation grew rapidly. I went from being an undervalued manager to a prominent figure in the industry. Everyone recognized my efforts, and for the first time, I truly felt I was reaping the rewards of my hard work. While I thrived, Anna and everything that had happened remained an open wound. It wasn't just about her treatment or the humiliations. It was about how she and my colleagues thought they could play with my life. I promised myself I would move on, but deep down, the idea of justice still burned within me. Over time, my new company began expanding its operations into Anna's home country. We became one of the largest investors in the sector, and I knew it was only a matter of time before our paths crossed again. When that happened, I wanted to be ready. It wouldn't just be a reunion, it would be my victory. Through contacts, I discovered that Anna was still working at the same company, now as CEO. She apparently believed she was at the top. That only fueled my determination. I began researching the market and analyzing companies that could be strategic partners. It didn't take long to identify Anna's company as the ideal candidate. I personally reached out to the company's owner, presenting a significant investment proposal. My plan was simple: ensure that our partnership would only proceed under one condition, the replacement of the CEO. The owner was surprised but intrigued. I explained that for such a substantial investment, I needed someone I could fully trust to lead operations. He hesitated, but the amount was too tempting to ignore. Meanwhile, I ensured Anna had no idea of my involvement. All communications were handled through representatives or my vice president. She was eager about the potential partnership, believing it would solidify her position. Little did she know her arrogance would be her downfall. On the day of the final meeting where the contract would be signed, I made sure to attend in person. When I walked into the room, the shock on Anna's face was priceless. She tried to hide it, but I could see the tension in her eyes. I remained composed and got straight to the point. "Anna, it's been a while, hasn't it?" I said with a slight smile as I shook her hand. "I'm glad to see you managed to keep the company afloat after everything." She mumbled a few words, trying to stay composed, but the confidence she once flaunted was gone. I continued the meeting professionally, never revealing my true intentions. When it came time to discuss the final terms, I spoke directly to the owner. "The proposal is excellent, but there's one important detail. For us to proceed with the investment, we need new leadership in charge. It's not about discrediting anyone, just about strategic alignment." The silence in the room was palpable. Anna tried to argue, but the owner seemed inclined to accept my offer. He knew that the investment would be a game-changer for the company, and in the end, that's what mattered to him. "I'm sure you understand that decisions like this are necessary for growth," I added, looking directly at Anna, who now seemed more lost than ever. A few weeks later, I received confirmation that Anna had been replaced. She tried to appeal, but her years of arrogance and the toxic environment she helped create ended up working against her. For me, this was more than revenge. It was a lesson that no one can walk over others without consequences. Today, I continue advancing in my career, while Anna struggles to find her place in the market. She learned the hard way that the power someone thinks they have can vanish in the blink of an eye. And me? I simply move forward, knowing I achieved justice but never letting it define me. After all, my greatest victory was choosing to value myself from the very beginning. Months after Anna was removed from her position as CEO, my life had reached a level I never imagined. My company was constantly expanding, and my name had become synonymous with success in the industry. However, it seemed that Anna and Raphael couldn't accept what had happened. Through contacts, I discovered they were spreading rumors, trying to undermine my work and my rise, claiming my success was pure luck and that I lacked the real ability to lead a company of that scale. First, I ignored it. I knew my work spoke for itself, and I didn't need to prove anything to anyone. But when they tried to publicly humiliate me at a gala event, I decided it was time to put them in their place. The event was a gathering of business leaders, and I had been invited as the keynote speaker. When I arrived, I noticed Anna and Raphael sitting at the back, whispering to each other and glancing in my direction. It was clear they were plotting something. I paid no attention and continued engaging with other executives, focused on the purpose of the evening. After my speech, while mingling with other guests, Anna approached me wearing a cynical smile. "So, you really believe you're all that, don't you?" she began, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "It's funny to see how people buy into this facade of yours as some great businessman." Raphael quickly joined her like an obedient shadow. "Yeah, it's true. The fact is he just got lucky. He only achieved what he did because he was in the right place at the right time," he added, trying to sound confident. The executives around us started paying attention, curious about the confrontation. I took a deep breath, staying calm, and decided it was the perfect moment to end their little show. "Anna, Raphael," I started, my tone firm yet composed. "It's truly fascinating how you both insist on underestimating me even after everything. But since you want attention, let's give everyone here a moment to clear a few things up." The room fell silent. All eyes were on us. I continued, "Anna, you've always enjoyed manipulating the people around you. For years, you made it your mission to belittle me, even while I worked hard to build something that, in the end, only served for you to reap the rewards. When I finally decided to walk away, you tried to humiliate me, thinking I would always be the same fool accepting your scraps. But look where we are today. You were removed because your toxic leadership destroyed your own reputation." She tried to interrupt, but I raised my hand, signaling her to stay quiet. "And you, Raphael, you've always been an opportunist. I gave you chances to grow, but all you did was create problems and shift the blame onto others. The only reason you got anywhere was because Anna chose to protect you while sacrificing those who truly made a difference." I looked around, addressing the other executives present. "These are the people clinging to the past, trying to diminish others' work to cover up their own failures. People like this have no place in a market that values integrity and results." I turned back to Anna and Raphael, who were visibly uncomfortable, their masks of arrogance finally cracking. "Now it's time for you to leave. This event is for professionals who have something to offer. You've made it clear you're only here to stir up trouble." I gave a discreet signal to the security guards, who quickly approached. "Please escort these two out. I'm sure they have other places they need to be." Anna began to protest, but the security guards were firm. Raphael simply lowered his head, unable to look anyone in the eye as they were led out. The silence was replaced by whispers and approving glances from the other executives. Once everything returned to normal, I felt satisfied, not just because I exposed them, but because I showed I was no longer the man they tried to crush. Anna and Raphael had tried to play dirty, but they learned in the hardest way possible that true power comes from respect, hard work, and integrity. I carried on that night stronger and more confident than ever, while they became nothing more than a bitter memory of a past I had overcome. After everything that happened with Anna and Raphael, my life took a completely unexpected turn. Not only did I grow professionally, but I also experienced a personal transformation that made me rediscover who I truly am and how much I deserve. The path wasn't easy, but looking back now, I realized that every obstacle, every humiliation, and every disappointment was necessary for me to get to where I am today. Anna, after being removed from her position as CEO, tried to rebuild her career at other companies. However, the shadow of her toxic and manipulative behavior followed her wherever she went. In the corporate world, news travels fast, and no one wanted to associate with someone who ruined a company because of their ego. At first, she tried to rely on her old connections, people who were once under her influence, but even those allies distanced themselves when they realized their own reputations could be damaged by supporting her. Anna ended up accepting positions far below what she once had, desperately trying to rebuild her image, but it was clear her time had passed. The woman who once believed she was on top of the world was now stuck in an irrelevant position, struggling to be taken seriously. For me, this wasn't revenge. It was simply the natural consequence of her choices. Raphael fell even faster. Always hiding behind Anna's protection, his credibility crumbled as soon as his workplace misconduct came to light. With no one to cover up his mistakes, he was fired from several positions in a short period. He tried to switch industries, but his reputation followed him. Eventually, I heard he opened a small business in a desperate attempt to stay afloat, but lacking the necessary skills and discipline, even that failed. In the end, Raphael was reduced to taking mediocre jobs where no one knew about his past or his failures. While they struggled to pick up the pieces of their lives, I moved forward in leaps and bounds. My company grew exponentially, expanding into new markets and solidifying itself as a leader in innovation and development. I became a prominent name in the industry with constant invitations to events, speaking engagements, and partnerships. But beyond professional success, I realized there was something even more important: building a genuine personal life, something I never had with Anna. That's when I met Isabella. It wasn't something planned or grand. It happened during a casual gathering introduced by mutual friends. I was there without many expectations, and I remember noticing her immediately. There was something about her energy, her genuine smile, and the way she spoke that caught my attention. We started talking, and to my surprise, there were no games, no manipulation, no masks. Isabella was authentic, straightforward, and carried a lightness that felt almost unreal after everything I had been through. Over time, our conversations became more frequent, and what began as a friendship grew into something much deeper. Isabella not only understood my ambitions but also encouraged me to be better. Unlike Anna, who constantly tried to diminish my achievements or make me feel inadequate, Isabella has celebrated every victory as if it were her own. She stood by me during difficult times and reminded me in moments of doubt that I didn't have to face everything alone. Everything I once imagined I would have with a partner: companionship, mutual respect, and a genuine connection, I found with Isabella, but on a much greater level. She wasn't just my partner. She was my friend, confidant, and greatest supporter. When I came home after a hard day, I knew she would be there, not to judge me, but to share in both the victories and the defeats. With her, I learned what true love really means: balance, mutual support, and a partnership that lifts you up instead of dragging you down. Today, after more than 2 years together, I can confidently say I've never been happier. Isabella not only surpassed all my expectations of love, but also helped me realize that I deserved far more than what I once settled for. When I think of Anna now, I feel nothing but indifference. She's worth no more than the shoes on my feet, and I say that without resentment, but with a certainty that she no longer holds any power over me. Everything I once desired and idealized with Anna I now have with Isabella, and it's so much better than anything I could have imagined. The life I dreamed of in moments of frustration doesn't even come close to the incredible reality I live now. Isabella has shown me that love isn't a constant battle, but a space for mutual support, growth, and joy. Looking back, I realized that every hardship was necessary. If I hadn't faced Anna's humiliations, betrayals, and disdain, I might never have had the courage to walk away and seek something better. I might never have met Isabella or learned to value myself the way I truly deserve. Now, my life feels complete. I have an amazing woman by my side, a solid career, and above all, the peace of knowing I've left the past where it belongs. Anna and Raphael are nothing more than distant memories of a closed chapter. I moved on, and I did so in the best way possible. Happy, fulfilled, and finally free. Now on to the next story. Story 3. I was 27 the day my family cornered me in our old living room like I was a criminal. But to really understand how it got to that moment, the shouting, the accusations, the tears, you need to know a few things about me and, more importantly, about my family. My name's Ryan, and for most of my life, I've played the role of the quiet one, the chill one, the guy who doesn't stir up drama. I wasn't the golden child. That title belonged to my younger sister, Lauren, who could crash a car into a mailbox and somehow be praised for learning resilience. No, I was the one who learned to keep his head down, stay out of trouble, and never ask for too much. And for the most part, I was fine with that until things changed. We grew up in a decently middle-class neighborhood, the kind of place with yearly block parties and overwatered lawns. My dad, a retired firefighter, was the kind of man who held grudges like prize trophies, and my mom was the picture-perfect housewife on the outside until you disagreed with her. And Lauren? Lauren was always the center of attention. Ever since we were kids, she had this way of pulling everyone's focus to her, whether it was ballet recitals, honor roll certificates, which were often exaggerated, or tearful performances when she didn't get her way. She had the whole house orbiting around her. I didn't resent it at first. I was a quiet kid, more into tech than trophies, and I liked my space. But over time, it became impossible to ignore. I started noticing the little things when I turned 16. Like how Lauren got a brand new iPhone for her birthday while I was handed a hand-me-down flip phone with a cracked screen and half the buttons working. "It's still good," Mom said. Or when I got into my dream college with a scholarship and no one even baked a cake. But when Lauren got accepted into a local university with an expensive tuition and zero financial aid, we threw her a backyard party with fairy lights and customized cookies. "It's a big moment for your sister," Dad said. "Be happy for her." At least I tried to be. But after college, I worked hard, started a remote job in IT consulting, and began saving. I didn't flaunt it. I never even brought it up. But eventually, I moved out, bought a modest apartment in a neighboring city, and slowly began building a life that wasn't about applause or validation. Meanwhile, Lauren burned through 3 internships, 2 job offers she ghosted, and 1 short-lived side hustle selling handmade candles that somehow cost my parents thousands in startup costs. Still, I visited when I could: holidays, birthdays, the occasional Sunday dinner. I never felt completely welcome, more like a guest tolerated out of politeness. Mom would ask me questions that sounded more like criticisms. "Still single? Don't you think it's time to settle down? You work online, right? That's not a real job, is it?" And Lauren? She'd always be scrolling through her phone, casually dropping passive-aggressive lines like, "Must be nice to have no responsibilities." Or, "Wow, some of us have real stress, you know?" I never took the bait. I figured it wasn't worth it. Then came the announcement. Lauren was getting married to a guy named Jason. He seemed all right, calm, polite, worked in finance. I honestly thought maybe she'd finally settle down, maybe mellow out. My parents were thrilled. Immediately, the house turned into Wedding Central. Pinterest boards, color swatches, caterer trials. And the budget? Sky high. My parents dipped into their savings and Lauren openly bragged about it. "It's their only daughter's wedding," she'd say, laughing. "They want it to be magical." I asked Dad once if he could really afford it. He waved me off. "Don't worry about it. We'll manage." At the engagement party, I brought a thoughtful gift and congratulated Lauren, but she barely acknowledged me. Jason seemed to notice and gave me a half smile, like he wanted to say something but thought better of it. That night, as I helped clear up empty glasses and plates, Mom pulled me aside and said, "You should think about giving something more meaningful for the wedding. Your sister's doing all the work after all." I blinked. "Like what?" She shrugged. "You know, a bigger contribution, maybe a check." I didn't answer right away. I wasn't against helping, but the way she said it, like it was expected, not appreciated, rubbed me the wrong way. Still, I went home that night and thought about it. Eventually, I decided I'd offer a generous gift, maybe a few thousand, quietly. But before I could bring it up, everything started unraveling. A week later, Dad called me out of the blue. "Ryan, can you come over tonight? It's important." He sounded tense. I asked what was going on, but he just said, "It's about the wedding fund." When I arrived at the house, it was like walking into an intervention. Mom, Dad, and Lauren were all standing in the living room. The air felt thick. Jason wasn't there. I barely had time to ask what was happening before Dad's face hardened, and he pointed to the couch. "Sit." I sat. Mom crossed her arms. Lauren was biting her nails, red-eyed. Dad didn't waste time. "We know it was you who took the $30,000. My stomach dropped. "What?" "The wedding account," Mom said, voice tight. "It's empty. Gone." Lauren said, voice cracking. "Everything. All of it. I was going to make the final payments this week for the venue, the dress, the florist, and it's gone. Who else has access but family?" I stood up. You think I stole it? Dad's voice was stern. You've always had issues with your sister getting more attention. Don't deny it. Maybe you thought this would teach us a lesson. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I laughed. A short, disbelieving sound, but no one else was laughing. They were serious, dead serious. I looked at Lauren, expecting her to at least defend me, but she looked away, silent. Show us your bank transfers, Mom demanded. Right now. I stared at her, then at Dad, then Lauren. I had never been so insulted in my life. My jaw clenched, my heart pounded, and slowly I reached into my pocket. I pulled out my phone, not to prove my innocence, not yet, but to check something first. I opened a folder I'd kept for months, something I never intended to use. Screenshots, dozens of them. See, I noticed things, odd things. Around the time Lauren announced her wedding, I'd been helping Dad set up the shared account they created to manage the wedding funds. It was under Lauren's name with Mom and Dad linked for contributions. And I just happened to notice that Lauren was accessing it at weird times, making large withdrawals. And she wasn't subtle about her spending either. Instagram stories of new handbags, spa visits, luxury brands, and concerts. Not to mention the Coachella tickets she posted about but quickly deleted. I never said anything before. I figured it wasn't my business. But now they were accusing me of theft? I slowly turned the screen toward Dad. The first screenshot was a transfer, $3,200 to a high-end boutique. Then $1,500 to a luxury spa. Then $4,800 for a Coachella premium weekend package. Lauren's face went pale, and I hadn't even shown the worst one yet. But before I could slide to the next image, Jason walked in through the front door. His eyes swept the room. He took one look at Lauren's face and asked quietly, "What's going on?" Dad started to speak, but Jason held up a hand. "No, let Ryan speak." So I did. And when I got to the last screenshot, the one with Lauren transferring funds labeled venue deposit to her personal account before using it to buy a $2,000 purse, Jason's expression didn't change. He turned to Lauren. Jason didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. There was something about the way he looked at Lauren. Still, cold, like someone watching a glacier crack in slow motion, that made the silence deafening. He looked down at the last screenshot I showed him. The one where $2,000 from the shared wedding fund had been funneled straight into a payment labeled Chanel Rodeo Drive. Then he looked up at Lauren again, slower this time. She opened her mouth, probably to spin some kind of excuse, but no words came out. Her lips quivered. Her hand trembled where it rested on the armrest. Dad was the first to speak, and even he sounded shaken. "Lauren, is this true?" Lauren shook her head, too quickly. "No, that's not what it looks like." I almost laughed, not out of humor, but out of sheer disbelief. "Really?" I said quietly, "because it looks exactly like what it is. You drained the wedding fund and spent it on yourself." Jason's voice finally cut through. "You told me your parents were handling everything, that you were just managing the account." "They were," she snapped, almost reflexively. I needed a few things." "Lauren," Jason's jaw flexed, "that wasn't your money. That was supposed to be for our wedding." She stood up then, too quickly, knocking over the empty wine glass on the coffee table. "I can explain. You don't understand how stressed I've been, the pressure, the expectations. I needed an outlet. I needed a designer bag and Coachella?" I said deadpan. She whirled on me. "You don't get it. You've never gotten it. Everything's always been easy for you. You sit in your little apartment with your quiet job and your perfect savings." "Perfect savings?" I repeated. "You mean the ones I earned by not mooching off Mom and Dad for 5 years?" Dad raised a hand. "Enough." But it wasn't. Not for me. Not anymore. I turned to Mom, who had been eerily silent this whole time. Her eyes wide but lips pressed in a hard line. "You knew," I said quietly. Her gaze flicked toward me and quickly away. "I didn't know," she said carefully. Maybe she was borrowing temporarily. She's been draining that account for months," I said, pulling out one last screenshot, one I had hesitated to show. It wasn't from the wedding fund. It was from another account, Dad's. A private savings account he'd created years ago and linked out of trust when Lauren asked for help keeping track of deposits. $8,500 gone over the course of 3 weeks. Tiny transfers, just under the radar. Dad stared at the screen. His face turned a shade I'd never seen before, somewhere between shock and grief. That was for emergencies, he said softly. Lauren's voice was thin now, panicked. I was going to pay it back. With what? I said. The money you don't make? That's when Jason took a step back. You lied to me, he said, quieter than I expected. You said you had everything under control. I did, she said, voice cracking. I was going to fix it. You used our wedding money like your personal piggy bank. I just wanted one thing to go right, she whispered. Jason slipped the engagement ring off with slow precision and held it in his palm. For a second, I thought he was going to say something poetic, something final. But he didn't. He just looked at her one last time, then turned and walked out the front door. And that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't, because in the weeks that followed, somehow I became the villain again. First, there was silence. A week where no one texted, no calls. Just this blank space that should have felt peaceful, but instead felt like a storm cloud holding its breath. Then came the messages. First from Mom. You really embarrassed your sister. That could have been handled privately. Then from Dad. We've lost Jason now. You could have just talked to us first. And finally, Lauren. A wall of text that started with, You've ruined my life, and ended with, I hope you're happy with yourself. I didn't respond to any of them, but I read them all, again and again, because some part of me deep down was still that kid who wanted his parents' approval, who wanted to be seen, heard, not just tolerated. And even though I knew I was right, even though I had the evidence, the truth, and basic human decency on my side, there was still a bitter taste in my mouth, like I'd swallowed a jagged pill of guilt that wouldn't go down. 2 days later, Mom called. I let it ring 5 times before I picked up. Ryan, she said, voice tight. We need to talk. In person. I considered saying no. I should have. But something in me, curiosity, masochism, said yes. When I arrived, Dad wasn't home. Just Mom and Lauren, seated in the dining room like they were waiting for a funeral guest. Mom didn't waste time. Lauren's going through a hard time. You have no idea what it's like to be under this kind of pressure. I raised an eyebrow. She stole 30 grand. She borrowed. She made a mistake. She lied to everyone, I said, struggling to stay calm. And you all blamed me. Lauren sniffled, putting on that familiar wounded look. I was scared. I didn't know how to fix it. And then you humiliated me in front of Jason. I showed him the truth, I said. You humiliated yourself. There was a long pause. Mom leaned forward, her voice quiet. She wants to make things right. I laughed. Couldn't help it. Does she have 30 grand to give back? Mom hesitated. We were thinking maybe you could help. And there it was. The moment. The breaking point. I stared at her, stunned. You want me to pay back the money she stole? It's a loan, she said quickly. You're doing well. You have savings. Your sister is in a really dark place right now. We're afraid she might. I stood up. Don't use that on me. Lauren looked up, eyes glassy. You have no idea how hard this has been. I've lost everything. No, I said. You lost the wedding. Jason's still alive. Your job prospects are still open. Your life isn't over. But you don't get to torch everything and expect everyone else to rebuild it for you. Mom stood up too. Ryan, please. If you care about this family. That's the thing, I said, suddenly calm. I don't think this family's cared about me in a long time. And I turned and walked out. The door clicked shut behind me. And for the first time in years, the silence didn't feel heavy. Felt earned. But that wasn't the end. Because a few days later, I got a notification. Lauren had posted a GoFundMe. Betrayed by my own brother. Help me recover from a wedding disaster / broken heart. The caption. A tearful story about theft, emotional trauma, and being abandoned by the people I love. And in the photo, a picture of her crying on the couch with me blurred in the background, mid-walkout. That's when I knew. She didn't want forgiveness. She wanted followers. That's when I decided no more silence. No more letting things slide. It was time to set the record straight. But not with a comment. Not with a text. No. If she wanted an audience, I'd give her one. I didn't respond to the GoFundMe. Not publicly. Not privately. Not even when it started showing up in my group chats, or when coworkers messaged me with hesitant variations of, "Hey, is this about you?" I just kept refreshing the page every few hours, watching the numbers climb like someone witnessing a train wreck in slow motion. She made over $2,000 in the first week. People ate it up. The carefully worded sob story. The blurry photo of her in tears, head cradled in her hands like she was mourning a loved one instead of the consequences of her own actions. Her caption was a masterclass in passive-aggressive guilt-baiting. Phrases like, "My brother turned on me. I was just trying to create a beautiful moment for my family. And I never expected betrayal from someone so close." Painted a vivid picture of me as the cold-hearted villain. She never used my name, of course. Just enough detail to let the story sell without letting it legally backfire. Classic Lauren. And the comments? Those hurt more than I expected. Men will do anything to sabotage a woman's success. This is why I don't trust people who work in tech. No empathy. Your brother sounds jealous. Stay strong, queen. I didn't know these people. They didn't know me. But for some reason, their words stuck in my ribs like splinters. I should have let it go. Logically, I knew it was just the internet doing what it does best, picking sides based on headlines and vibes. But it still stung, especially knowing that my own parents hadn't said a word. Not to defend me, not to clarify, nothing. That silence. That was the real betrayal. For a few days I stopped working. I'd always been good at compartmentalizing, at keeping my personal life walled off from my professional world. But something about this public character assassination from my own sister broke the dam. I found myself staring at my laptop, fingers hovering over the keyboard, unable to finish a single line of code. The screen blurred. My thoughts spiraled. What if people started believing her? What if this cost me clients? What if she won? I wasn't sleeping well. I'd lie in bed, eyes burning, replaying the moment Jason walked out, the moment Mom asked me to cover up the theft, the moment I realized they'll never choose me, not unless they have something to gain from it. That was the moment the weight hit me, not just of what had happened recently but of everything, the years of being overlooked, the one-sided family obligations, the way every conversation with my parents ended with a veiled comparison to Lauren, like I'd somehow failed at life just because I wasn't flashy or loud. For the first time in my adult life, I seriously considered cutting them off. No texts, no visits, just gone. But I didn't, not yet, because part of me, some bruised, stubborn piece, wasn't ready to disappear. Not until I showed them who I really was. Not until I reminded them that the quiet one was never weak, just patient. So I started small. Step 1. Lock down my digital footprint. I combed through every social media account, upped my privacy settings, removed any connections that could lead to online harassment. I even reached out to a friend in cybersecurity who helped me scrub old personal data from background search sites. Lauren could throw a tantrum online if she wanted, but I wasn't going to give her more ammo. Step 2. Therapy. Yeah, I know. It sounds cliché, but I needed it. Badly. I'd always brushed off the idea, told myself I was fine, that I didn't need to talk about my childhood favoritism or the subtle emotional bruises left behind. But when you get falsely accused of theft and then turned into the villain of someone's fundraising campaign, yeah, that cracks something open. My therapist's name was Daniel. Mid-40s, straightforward, no nonsense. The first session, I didn't say much, just laid out the bare facts. Waited for him to tell me I was overreacting or being dramatic. He didn't. He just nodded and said, "You're grieving a family that never really saw you." That sentence hit me so hard I almost walked out. But I stayed. And week by week, we unpacked everything. The way I always felt like I had to earn my place in the room. The way I stopped speaking up at home because silence was safer than mockery. The way I unconsciously picked jobs and friendships that didn't ask too much of me because I'd been trained to believe that attention wasn't just rare, it was conditional. It wasn't about Lauren stealing 30 grand. It was about every tiny moment leading up to that theft. And for the first time, I wasn't brushing it off. I wasn't rationalizing. I wasn't protecting them. I was healing. Step 3, rebuilding. I threw myself back into work. Not just because I needed the distraction, but because for the first time, I saw my job as something more than a paycheck. I had control there. I had worth there. Clients listened to me. Colleagues respected me. And I realized I'd been minimizing my own success just to avoid standing out too much. Like if I admitted I was doing well, it would trigger some kind of backlash from the people who were supposed to root for me. So I stopped minimizing. I updated my website, cleaned up my portfolio, reached out to past clients for testimonials. Within weeks, I'd landed 3 new contracts. Big ones. One of them was for a tech startup launching a new productivity app. They loved my clean design style and offered me double my usual rate to fast-track the project. I said yes. I bought a new desk setup, a second monitor, noise-canceling headphones. For the first time, my home office didn't feel like a makeshift corner of my life. It felt like a headquarters, a command center for someone who finally believed he deserved to take up space. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was rising. And still, in the background, Lauren's GoFundMe limped along. She posted updates now and then, dramatic stuff like, I had to cancel another venue appointment today. Still no apology from my brother. The comments thinned out. Donations slowed. People lost interest. Good. Because while she was still spinning stories, I was quietly laying the groundwork for something else. I didn't know exactly what form my revenge would take. Not yet. But I knew one thing for certain. It wouldn't be petty. It wouldn't be impulsive. It would be surgical. Because people like Lauren didn't fear shouting matches. They fed off drama. They twisted conflict into sympathy. But what they couldn't handle was exposure. Cold, clinical truth delivered at the perfect moment with nowhere to hide. So I started collecting. Not screenshots. Not this time. Receipts. I dug into Lauren's online presence, her Venmo history, her business page from the candle-selling days. I tracked refund requests from angry customers who never got their orders. I even found a Reddit thread where someone accused her of scamming a Depop buyer out of a $400 handbag. All public. All time-stamped. Then I dug into the GoFundMe. Under the terms of service, fraudulent campaigns could be reported. But I wasn't ready for that yet. Not until I had everything. And while I was building that case, something strange started happening. People reached out. Old friends from high school, a former roommate of Lauren's, even an ex-boyfriend. They all said variations of the same thing. I saw your sister's fundraiser. Something about it didn't sit right. I always knew she was a bit manipulative, but this next level. You deserve better. Let me know if you need anything. It was the first time in my life that I realized I wasn't alone. I had allies, people who saw through the performance, people who believed me. And that's when I knew I'd turned a corner. Not just professionally, not just emotionally, but in identity. I wasn't the quiet one anymore. I was the underestimated one. And that made me dangerous. Because the most dangerous person in the room isn't the one shouting. It's the one who's been silent long enough to listen, to learn, to plan. I wasn't going to let this go. I wasn't going to be the bigger person. But I also wasn't going to become the monster they painted me as. No, I was going to be something worse. The person who exposes exactly who they are without ever raising his voice. The night I decided to move forward with my plan, I sat in front of my dual monitor setup with a cup of green tea and a spreadsheet titled Operation Clarity. It was ironic. I'd spent my entire life trying to avoid family drama, dodging conflict like potholes on a back road. Now I was plotting a multi-stage strategy to expose my sister's lies and, in the process, take back everything she tried to rip away from me. This wasn't about revenge out of spite. It wasn't about ruining her wedding or humiliating her in front of strangers. That part was already done by her. No, this was about truth. Pure, unfiltered public truth. the kind that doesn't ask for apologies, the kind that turns whispers into silence. I had to be meticulous. The emotional side of me wanted to scream at her, post receipts on social media, tag her fiancé and every donor from her GoFundMe. But the calm side, the one sharpened by therapy, pain, and patience, knew better. I wasn't interested in winning a shouting match. I wanted to end the conversation altogether. First, I sorted my evidence into 4 categories. 1. Financial misuse, transfers from the wedding account, including the $2,000 Chanel bag, the $4,800 Coachella package, and multiple smaller luxury purchases. Each had a date, a source, and a matching screenshot of a corresponding social media post. Pictures of Lauren in the same purse, spa selfies, concert videos she tried to delete. I even pulled archived versions from an Instagram tracking site. Once on the internet, always on the internet. 2. GoFundMe violations. Her fundraiser was filled with emotional manipulation, half-truths, and outright lies. I collected every update, every comment she replied to with claims like, "My brother stole everything," and noted timestamps where she used cropped or staged images to support her narrative. Then I compared them with my own metadata, screenshots, texts, and the full conversation from the night she was exposed. I even had Jason's silent but undeniable reaction, walking out ring in hand, as implied proof of her guilt. 3. Past scams. I gathered testimonials from people she'd burned in the past. An ex-roommate who had to pay off a lease when Lauren moved out suddenly and ghosted the landlord. A high school friend she borrowed money from during college and never repaid. A former customer who tried to buy candles and got shipped a melted box of wax and glitter. I offered to redact their names. Most said, "No need. I want her to know it's from me." For psychological warfare, the final category was more personal. I didn't need it for GoFundMe or for legal purposes, but I needed it for me. Messages from my parents, the cold texts after Jason left, the way they rallied around Lauren without once calling to ask how I was doing, the emotional gaslighting, the way Mom looked me in the eye and asked me to fix what Lauren broke. I screenshotted those too, not to post, but to remember for clarity. With the folder complete, I stored it on an encrypted drive and backed it up twice. Once on a flash drive hidden in a kitchen drawer, and once in cloud storage under a decoy name, Budget Planning 2023. Now I needed allies not to attack but to amplify. I reached out to Jason first. He hadn't contacted me since the night he left. I didn't blame him. His life had imploded in real time, and he had every reason to disappear. But I needed to know where he stood. So I drafted a short, respectful message. "Hey Jason, I hope you're doing okay. I haven't said this yet, but I'm sorry you had to find out the way you did. I know you probably want nothing to do with any of this, but if you ever feel like talking, or if you want to see what I found, I'm here." He replied 10 minutes later. "I've been waiting for you to reach out. Let's talk." We met at a local coffee shop the next morning. He looked different, thinner, a little more hollow around the eyes, but clearer, too. Like someone who'd shed a weight he didn't even realize he'd been carrying. We didn't waste time on small talk. He said, "She tried to text me last week. Said you manipulated everything. That she was set up." I smiled. Classic Lauren. "I didn't respond," he said. "I know what I saw, but what I didn't know is how far it went." So I showed him the folder, the organized receipts, the matching Instagram posts. His face remained calm as he scrolled. But at one point he leaned back and let out a long exhale. "She didn't just steal money. She played all of us." I nodded. "I'm planning to report the GoFundMe, but I want to time it right." Jason looked at me for a long second. "What if I helped?" I blinked. "You'd go on record?" "She lied to everyone I know. My friends, my family. She made me look like an idiot. If I can be useful, use me." I thanked him. We exchanged numbers. He agreed to write a formal statement if needed. And before we parted, he said, "For what it's worth, you're nothing like how she described you." I smiled. "Neither are you." With Jason on board, I moved to the next phase, leverage. I wasn't trying to destroy Lauren's life. I just wanted the truth to reach the people who needed to hear it. And if possible, let her feel what it was like to answer for something for once. But before going public, I wanted to give her a choice. one last chance to fix it quietly. So I wrote her an email. Lauren, I know we haven't spoken since the fundraiser, and I don't expect you to respond, but I'm giving you an opportunity here. I have evidence that your GoFundMe was built on false claims, that you misused the wedding account, that you manipulated our family, your friends, and the public. You can call it a misunderstanding. You can say you panicked. That's not my business anymore. What is my business is that you're using me as a villain to collect money under false pretenses. I'm asking you to take down the fundraiser, refund what you can, issue a brief apology, no details necessary, just honesty. If you do that, I walk away. No posts, no reports, no exposure, just peace. You have 72 hours. Ryan. She responded 11 minutes later. Nice try. You think anyone's going to believe you over me? The socially awkward loner who barely speaks at family events? You've always been jealous. This is just your sad little revenge fantasy because you're bitter I was the favorite. I don't owe you anything. Good luck playing hero. No one's watching. That was it, the final nail. I didn't even feel angry reading it, just confirmed. Confirmed that no matter what I did, no matter how clean or kind or measured I was, she'd always paint me as the villain. Because to her, the truth was a threat. So, I opened GoFundMe's fraud reporting portal, attached all my files, the receipts, the contradictions, the staged photos, Jason's written statement. I submitted the report at 3:14 p.m. on a Thursday. By Friday morning, the page was gone. Just 404 not found. No announcement. No post from Lauren. Nothing. She vanished from social media for 3 days. When she came back, her Instagram was locked, comments disabled. Her follower count dropped by over 2,000. I didn't post anything. I didn't gloat. I just watched. Then came the call from Mom. Blocked number. Straight to voicemail. I don't know what you did, but your sister's devastated. The page is gone. People are asking questions, and she's saying she might lose her job over this. You've made your point. Call me back so we can talk about fixing this. I didn't call back. I sat on my balcony, coffee in hand, and thought about how long I'd waited to be seen, to be understood, to be believed. And now that I didn't want their apologies. I wanted my peace. But I wasn't done yet. Because what Lauren didn't know, what none of them knew, was that the final phase hadn't even started yet. She lied to donors, to friends, to her fiancé. But the worst part, she lied to people at work. People who thought they were donating to a woman abandoned by her evil brother. People who sent her money out of kindness. I had emails, screenshots, a tip already written, and one click away from sending it straight to her company's HR. But I paused. Because maybe, just maybe, there was one more card to play. One final moment to look her in the eye and give her the same choice she refused to give me. Let her see the blade descending before it falls. Let her feel it. I gave her one more chance. Not out of mercy. By now, mercy was long off the table. But because I wanted her to feel the weight of knowing, the slow, creeping realization that everything she'd built out of lies was crumbling, and that I wasn't the same passive brother she could manipulate with a few tears and a guilt trip. I texted her from a new number. No greeting, no threats, just a photo. It was her company's employee code of conduct policy with a red circle around the section that read, "Any misuse of public fundraising campaigns for personal gain that may damage the company's reputation will be subject to disciplinary action, up to and including termination." Underneath, I wrote, "HR doesn't know yet, but they will if I don't see a real apology. Public. Honest. No spin." I waited. 5 minutes passed. 10. Then my phone buzzed. "You're bluffing." Then another. "You wouldn't do that to your own sister." And finally, "You're pathetic. You've always been jealous of me, and you still are." 3 messages, same pattern. Deflection, manipulation, rage. She never learned. So I sent the email. I made it short and professional. I attached the relevant screenshots, her fundraiser, the false claims, the way she named her company as supportive in her updates to gain trust from donors. I explained that I was reporting as someone misrepresented in her public campaign and requested anonymity as a third party. I didn't ask for punishment. I didn't even suggest consequences. I just told the truth. By Monday morning, she was fired. Jason told me. Apparently, she called him in hysterics, sobbing, saying I had ruined her career and taken everything from her. But I hadn't. She had. I simply turned the lights on. The fallout spread fast. Her little GoFundMe stunt had been seen by more people than I realized. Coworkers, friends, even mutuals from college. The gossip moved through group chats and private messages like wildfire. Her Instagram account went dark again, and someone screenshotted a post from her Finsta where she wrote, "I'm being harassed and stalked by my brother. If anything happens to me, it's his fault." That was the moment I knew she'd try to flip the narrative. So I did something preemptive. I posted a single thread on Reddit. An anonymous one. No names. No identifying details. Just a factual, emotionally honest account of everything. The wedding fund, the accusations, the fundraiser, the evidence, the silence from my parents. I uploaded it in r/entitled parents under the title. My sister accused me of stealing her wedding money. Then I found out she used it for Coachella. It went viral within 24 hours. People shared it, screened it, commented on it by the thousands. And in the thread, I never once insulted her. I didn't need to. The story spoke for itself. And that's when something wild happened. Someone from her former job, someone who had donated to her GoFundMe, saw the post and commented, confirming they'd received a company-wide email about her departure due to internal investigation. They didn't name her, but it didn't take a genius to connect the dots. Within 2 days, Lauren deactivated all her accounts. No more curated life. No more audience. Just silence. As for my parents, it took them another week to reach out. This time, Dad called me himself. His voice was rough. Not angry. Tired. Maybe for the first time, genuinely tired. "Your mom's been crying a lot," he said. I said nothing. "She feels like we failed both of you." That stung. Not in the way he thought it would. It wasn't guilt. It was resentment. Because only now, after the world saw who Lauren really was, did they start questioning the stories they'd believed for decades. "I wanted to say we're sorry," he added. "Are you?" I asked. Silence. "She stole 30 grand from you," I said. "She lied to everyone. You blamed me without hesitation. You only started listening when she lost everything. That doesn't feel like parenting. That feels like damage control." More silence. Then, "You're right." I let the words hang there. For once, I didn't fill the pause. I didn't try to make him comfortable. I didn't offer relief. Eventually, he spoke again. "If you're willing, we'd like to talk. In person. Clear the air." I told him I'd think about it. I haven't yet. And honestly, I don't know if I will. Because in the weeks that followed, something strange happened. Peace. I wasn't used to it. At first, it felt too quiet, like waiting for a storm. But it wasn't a storm. It was freedom. I slept better. I laughed more. I reconnected with old friends, went hiking for the first time in years, even booked a trip to Seattle. Just because I didn't check my phone obsessively. I didn't second-guess every text from family. I finally lived without that subtle tension buzzing beneath my skin. And Jason, he started seeing someone new. A teacher. They seemed happy. He texted me one night, "Thank you for showing me the truth. I don't know how I didn't see it before." I just replied, "When you're in the story, it's hard to read the ending." I never wanted revenge. Not really. I just wanted the truth to have weight. And it did. Lauren lost her job, her credibility, her curated online identity. She had to sit in the rubble she built with her own hands. And me? I didn't just get justice. I got my life back. My name. My voice. My peace. And no one. Not my sister, not my parents, not 1,000 GoFundMe comments. Can ever take that from me again. The quiet one finally spoke. And the silence afterward was the loudest thing they'd ever heard. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I never thought I'd be writing something like this. But here I am. My name's Carl. I'm 32 years old. And until a few weeks ago, I thought I had a decent, if complicated, relationship with my family. Not perfect, not warm and fuzzy, but stable enough that I could at least pretend we were all on the same team. Turns out I was wrong. Very wrong. And the proof landed in my lap the day I sat in that attorney's office and read through my parents' will. Let me back up a little. I'm the eldest of two boys. My younger brother, Nathan, is 29 and has been the golden child since day one. You know the type. Coaches called him a natural. Teachers wrote him glowing reports. And my parents couldn't go 10 minutes without bragging about his potential. Meanwhile, I was the kid who did chores without being asked, kept grades steady, and picked up part-time jobs as soon as I was old enough to. Somehow, none of that ever counted as much as Nathan hitting a baseball or showing up at prom with the homecoming queen. Even as adults, the favoritism didn't fade. It just evolved. When Nathan quit his job to find himself, my parents stepped in to cover his rent. When I worked 80-hour weeks to build my career, they called me obsessed with money. I paid their bills more times than I can count. But when Nathan borrowed their car and wrecked it, they quietly bought him another one, brand new. The funny thing is, I learned to live with it. I told myself I didn't need their validation, that as long as I was financially independent and carving my own path, I was doing okay. And for the most part, I believed that. Still, when they asked me a couple of years ago to help with their mortgage, to cover certain medical bills, even to co-sign a loan, I agreed. Why? Because they were my parents. Because I felt guilty knowing how much they were stretched thin. Because deep down I thought maybe, just maybe, I was proving something, that I was the reliable one, the strong one, the son they could count on. Fast forward to 3 weeks ago. I'm sitting in a mahogany-paneled office, the lawyer adjusting his glasses as he slides a set of documents across the desk. My parents' will. They weren't dead, to be clear. They just decided to get their affairs in order. I figured I'd skim through, initial where needed, maybe offer to help them tidy up the language. Instead, my stomach dropped when I hit page 3. Every asset, every cent, every property, every piece of the estate was allocated solely to Nathan, their baby boy. My name didn't appear anywhere except as the alternate executive, meaning I was essentially expected to organize and hand over everything to my brother if they passed. I sat there in stunned silence, reading and rereading the lines. The house I'd poured thousands into to help them keep, Nathan's. The retirement account I'd quietly supplemented when Dad's hours got cut at work, Nathan's. Even family heirlooms, my grandfather's watch, which Dad once promised me, and my grandmother's piano, which I learned to play as a kid, were listed under Nathan's name. When I finally found my voice and asked why, the lawyer just shrugged and said, "Your parents instructed it this way." No explanation, no apology, nothing. I walked out of that office feeling like the ground had vanished beneath my feet. For days afterward, I replayed everything I'd done for them. The late-night calls when the furnace broke, the checks I'd written without hesitation, the times I rearranged my own plans to make sure they were okay. And now they'd reduced me to a placeholder, a convenient safety net. While Nathan, the man who hadn't worked a steady job in nearly a decade, was being handed the keys to the kingdom. Something inside me cracked that week. I didn't rage. I didn't scream. I didn't storm into their house demanding answers. I just went quiet. And in that silence, I started thinking, if they wanted to cut me out of their future, why was I still paying for their present? Why was I covering bills they never even said thank you for? Why was I funneling my hard-earned money into keeping afloat two people who clearly thought my worth could be summed up in executor of estate, while their other son got everything? So I started making phone calls. I canceled automatic transfers. I withdrew my name from joint accounts. I called up the utility companies and the mortgage provider and made it clear I was no longer involved. It was both terrifying and liberating. I half expected someone to call me instantly, but days went by in silence. A week passed, still nothing. Part of me wondered if they even noticed, if they just assumed I'd keep footing the bill no matter what. That thought made me sick to my stomach. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that the dam finally burst. My phone lit up with Dad's name. I let it ring once, twice before picking up. His voice wasn't the casual, "Hey, how's work?" tone I was used to. No, it was sharp, almost commanding, with a hint of desperation underneath. "Mortgage is due. Pay up," he barked. No greeting, no small talk, just an order, as if I were some underling who had fallen behind on my duties. Before I could respond, he added, You owe this family at least that much. I remember standing frozen in my kitchen, the phone pressed to my ear, staring at the wall like it might give me an answer. My first instinct was disbelief. Like, did he really just say that? This family, as if years of sacrifice of quietly supporting them meant nothing. As if I was some kind of debtor instead of their son. My chest tightened. My palms went clammy. 1,000 words spun in my head, none of them forming fast enough. Finally, I took a deep breath, steadying myself. For the first time in my life, I realized I had nothing left to lose by speaking the truth. I raised the phone back to my ear, and with my voice shaking, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of everything I'd swallowed over the years, I said, "No, I don't owe you anything." There was a long, loaded pause on the other end of the line. I could practically hear my dad's jaw tighten, his breath coming in through his nose like he was trying not to explode. "Excuse me?" he finally said, his tone a mix of disbelief and anger. "You heard me," I replied, my voice calmer now that the words were out. "I've been paying your bills for years. Mortgage, utilities, hospital copays, you name it. I've done more than my share. And then I read that will, Dad. Every last thing going to Nathan. So no, I don't owe you a single cent." There was a clatter like he'd put the phone down for a second. When he came back, his voice was low and dangerous. "You are being selfish, Carl. That house is the family home. Your duty is to help keep it standing." "My duty?" I almost laughed, but it came out bitter. "You decided what my duty was when you signed everything over to Nathan. You made it crystal clear what my place is in this family. So, from now on, I'm just taking your advice and staying in my lane." He didn't respond right away, and for a moment I thought he might hang up. Instead, I heard Mom's voice in the background, faint but frantic. "What's he saying? Is he sending the money?" Dad barked back at her. "No, he's refusing." "I'm not refusing," I cut in. "I'm done." "There's a difference." The silence that followed was deafening. I could feel my pulse thudding in my neck. Every muscle in my body coiled. Then, Dad let out a humorless chuckle. "Fine," he said sharply. "But don't come crying to us when you regret this. Family takes care of family, Carl. You're turning your back on your own blood." "I think it's the other way around," I said quietly. And then I hung up. I stood there in the kitchen long after the call ended. The room so quiet I could hear the hum of the fridge. My hands were still shaking, but underneath the adrenaline was something else. A strange, hollow relief. For the first time in years, I'd drawn a line. The next few days were tense in a way I can't quite explain. I kept expecting another call, a knock on the door, some kind of follow-up. But instead of calling me directly, my parents started looping in Nathan. That's when the text started. First, it was a short, clipped message. "Hey man, can you just send over the mortgage for this month so they don't fall behind?" I stared at it for a good minute before replying, "No, not my responsibility." He didn't answer right away, but about an hour later, I got a longer one. "You're seriously going to let Mom and Dad get behind? They did everything for us growing up. You think I don't know you're loaded? Just help them out. Stop being petty." I wanted to throw my phone across the room. Petty. That was the word he chose. As if all the years of me bailing them out, the sacrifices I made, the nights I stayed up crunching numbers to make sure they didn't lose the house, all of that was just erased by me saying no for once. I typed out a dozen different responses before settling on, "You mean the same parents who left me nothing in their will? Maybe they should ask their heir for help." That must have struck a nerve, because 10 minutes later, Nathan called me. His voice had that smug edge I'd heard a million times before. "Wow, so you're really doing this? You're just going to abandon them because of some paperwork? You're overreacting, Carl. That will is just symbolic." "Symbolic?" I snapped. "Symbolic of what exactly?" "That I'm good enough to keep paying their bills, but not good enough to inherit even the couch I'm sitting on." "You're twisting this into something it's not," he said. "They trust me to take care of everything when they're gone. You've always been too focused on work and money to be a people person. It just makes sense." I nearly laughed at the hypocrisy. So, let me get this straight, I said, my voice low. They trust you to handle everything after they die, but not to handle their mortgage now. Interesting choice. He didn't have a comeback for that, which was satisfying in its own small way. Instead, he muttered something about family unity and hung up on me. But that was just the start. Over the next week, the messages got more intense. Mom texted me late one night, "Carl, you're breaking your father's heart. You've always been the responsible one. Please just do what's right. Do what's right." That phrase kept echoing in my head. What did right even mean anymore? Was right continuing to bankroll two people who clearly valued me less than the family dog? Was right letting Nathan skate through life consequence-free while I worked myself to the bone? The guilt was heavy, I won't lie. There were nights I lay awake wondering if I was being cruel, if I was somehow punishing them unfairly. But then I'd remember sitting in that lawyer's office staring at that will. The memory was like a splash of cold water. It wasn't just the financial part. It was the message. It was them looking at everything I'd done, everything I'd given up, and deciding I still wasn't worthy of being part of the legacy. That cut deeper than anything. And then came Sunday dinner. I hadn't been planning to go, but Mom insisted. "Just come," she said over the phone. "No drama, just a meal, please." Against my better judgment, I agreed. The moment I walked in, I knew it wasn't just a meal. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Nathan was already there, lounging at the table like he owned the place. Mom greeted me with a strange smile, and Dad barely looked at me. Dinner started quietly enough, but halfway through, Dad slammed his fork down. "So, Carl," he said, his voice sharp, "are you going to start acting like part of this family again? Or should we just stop inviting you?" Mom flinched and Nathan smirked into his glass. I set my fork down slowly. "You mean am I going to start paying your bills again?" Dad's face turned red. "Don't twist this. You know what's at stake here. We could lose the house." "You mean the house you're leaving to Nathan?" I said evenly. "Forgive me if I don't feel like subsidizing my brother's inheritance." That shut everyone up for a second. Then Nathan leaned forward. "You're being dramatic. No one's trying to hurt you, man. Just step up like you always have." I met his eyes. "Exactly like I always have. That's the problem." The room went quiet again, save for the ticking of the clock on the wall. I could see Mom's eyes glistening, Dad's jaw working, Nathan's smirk fading just a little. And that's when I realized something. For the first time, they weren't sure what I'd do next. They'd always counted on me being the dependable one, the fixer, the son who kept things running. But now I had their full attention. I pushed my chair back slowly, stood up and said, "You know what? Forget it. I shouldn't have come tonight." The chair scraped loudly against the hardwood floor as I stood, and for a moment no one moved. Mom reached out like she was about to stop me, but Dad just folded his arms, his face set in that stubborn, defiant way I knew too well. "Walk away if you want, Carl," he said coldly. "But don't expect us to be here when you decide to grow up." I opened my mouth, but before I could respond, Nathan muttered just loud enough for me to hear, "Good riddance." That did it. My chest burned with anger, but instead of exploding, I forced a small, almost amused smile. "Yeah," I said, my voice calm but shaking with adrenaline. "Good riddance." And I left. I didn't slam the door. I didn't shout or make a scene. But the silence in that house as I walked out was louder than any argument we'd ever had. I thought that was the worst of it. I thought that leaving was me drawing a line in the sand. But I hadn't seen what was coming next. 3 days later, I got a notification on my phone. One of my joint accounts had been accessed. At first, I thought it was a mistake. I'd already called the bank to have myself removed, hadn't I? I called customer service, and after what felt like an eternity on hold, the representative confirmed that the account had been accessed in person at the branch. "It was authorized," the rep said. "Authorized by who?" I asked, my voice tight. "By the other account holder, your father." Apparently, because my name hadn't officially been removed yet, he'd been able to move money around, and he had. Several thousand had been transferred to an account I didn't recognize. I felt my stomach drop. That money wasn't spare cash. It was money I'd earmarked to cover my next quarter's taxes. Money I couldn't afford to just lose. I drove straight to the branch, demanding answers. And sure enough, the transaction was real. My father had drained nearly every cent from the account, leaving me with just enough to keep it from being overdrawn. I went home fuming, pacing the living room like a caged animal. I didn't even have time to cool off before my phone buzzed. It was Nathan. "Thanks for covering Mom and Dad," the text read. "I knew you'd do the right thing eventually." I saw red. Not only had my father stolen from me, but Nathan had the audacity to act like I'd done it voluntarily, like I'd finally fallen back in line. I called him and he answered on the first ring. "What is wrong with you?" I demanded. "Whoa," he said, all fake innocence. "What's your problem?" "You know exactly what my problem is," I snapped. "Dad just drained the account. Money I need. Money that was mine. And you're acting like this was some kind of gift." He was quiet for a beat, then sighed like I was being unreasonable. "Carl, you've always said you'd take care of them. So you did. What's the big deal?" "The big deal," I said through clenched teeth, "is that you stole from me. Legally, it's their money too," he said. "You put them on the account. Remember? That's on you." I wanted to scream. He was technically right, but that didn't make it okay. "This isn't helping them," I said. "It's enabling you. You get to sit around while I pay for everything. And you think that's fair?" "Fair?" he scoffed. "You make more than enough. This is nothing to you. Meanwhile, Mom and Dad are stressed out of their minds. Why can't you just let this go?" "Because it's mine," I said simply. And then I hung up. I spent that night staring at the ceiling, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to let it go just to avoid the explosion that would come if I confronted them. But the longer I lay there, the more it ate at me. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the trust. I had trusted them with that account. Trusted them to respect the fact that I was helping, not obligated. And they had shown me exactly what they thought of that trust. The next morning, I drove over to their house. I didn't call first. Mom answered the door looking tired. "Carl," she said softly, like she was relieved to see me. "Come in, let's talk." I stepped inside and there was Dad in the living room, sitting in his recliner like a king. Nathan was there, too, leaning against the wall with that smug look plastered on his face. "We were just talking about you," Dad said. "I bet you were," I said. "Let's make this quick. Where's the money?" Dad blinked. "Excuse me? You know what I'm talking about," I said, my voice sharp. "The money you took from the account." He didn't flinch. "It wasn't just your money. It was a joint account. It was my income," I shot back. "Money I earned. Money I set aside for my taxes. You had no right." "You're being dramatic," Nathan chimed in. "They used it to cover the mortgage. You should be glad it's going to good use." I turned on him. "Good use? You mean keeping you from having to lift a finger? How convenient." Dad stood up then, towering over me. "Watch your tone," he said. "Or what?" I asked, stepping closer. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I didn't back down. "You already made it clear what I mean to you. I saw the will. I know everything goes to Nathan. You've been taking from me for years and leaving me with nothing." Mom tried to intervene then, putting a hand on Dad's arm. "Carl, please. We just needed help." "No," I said sharply. "You needed control, and now you've taken it too far." Dad's face turned red, but before he could answer, Nathan smirked. "Face it, Carl," he said. "You'll never stop helping them. It's who you are. You can stomp around all you want, but at the end of the day, you're still the responsible one. You'll cave. You always do." Something in me snapped at that moment. I didn't yell. I didn't throw anything. But I felt this cold clarity wash over me. They didn't just expect me to cave. They were counting on it. They believed, deep down, that I couldn't walk away. I looked at all three of them standing there in the house I'd helped save more than once. And I said, in a voice so quiet it scared even me, "Not this time." I turned on my heel and walked out, slamming the door behind me this time. My hands were shaking as I got in my car, but it wasn't fear anymore. It was something harder, sharper. As I drove away, I realized that whatever bond we'd had as a family had just been severed. This wasn't about bills or wills anymore. This was war. And deep down, I think they knew it too. I didn't go home right away. I just drove. No music, no calls, no destination. I must have circled half the city before I ended up in an empty parking lot on the edge of town. I sat there with the engine off, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ached. For years, my identity had been wrapped up in being the reliable one. The son who always answered, always showed up, always saved the day. And now I'd walked away, slammed the door, burned the bridge. I should have felt free. I should have felt vindicated. But sitting there alone, all I felt was hollow. The following week was one of the hardest of my life. It wasn't just about the money, though that hurt more than I could put into words. It was everything else. The constant silence from my parents, the half-smirking texts from Nathan I didn't even open anymore, the way my phone would light up with unknown numbers that I was sure were the mortgage company calling to yell at me. I barely slept. My appetite was gone. Work felt impossible. I sat at my desk staring at my computer screen, unable to focus on anything. One night, I woke up at 3 a.m. with the worst knot in my stomach. A mix of dread and anger and sadness all tangled together. I made coffee just to have something to do with my hands and sat at the kitchen table staring into the mug. The silence was deafening. For the first time, it really hit me. I wasn't just at odds with my parents. I was estranged. Part of me wanted to call them to smooth things over, to take it all back, just so things could go back to normal. But every time I pictured picking up the phone, I'd see Nathan's smug face and hear his voice. "You'll cave. You always do." No, not this time. But that didn't mean I wasn't hurting badly. The betrayal gnawed at me in ways I hadn't expected. It wasn't just that they'd taken money. It was that they had taken my trust, something I'd given them freely for decades. And once you lose trust like that, there's no getting it back. Things got worse before they got better. 2 weeks after that blow-up at their house, I got a letter in the mail, an official notice from the bank about the mortgage. I hadn't been on the hook legally since I pulled my name from everything, but just seeing that big, bold, past due notice made my stomach drop. I knew my parents had to be panicking, and part of me still hated the thought of them losing the house, no matter how angry I was. I sat with that letter for a long time, weighing my options. I could pay it off and never tell them. I could step in like I always had. But then what? They'd never learn. They'd just keep expecting me to clean up their mess. Instead, I shredded the letter. I thought that would feel empowering, but it didn't. It felt like I was cutting another thread between us. I couldn't tell if I was more angry at them for pushing me to this point or at myself for letting it go on for so long. At work, my friends started noticing something was off. One afternoon, my coworker Jenna caught me staring blankly at my laptop. "You look like you haven't slept in a week," she said gently. I almost brushed her off, but instead I told her just a little, about what was going on. She listened quietly, then said something that stuck with me. "You've been playing their hero for years, Carl. Maybe it's time to play your own." That hit me like a punch. Maybe it was time to stop trying to prove my worth to people who had already decided what it was. That night, I pulled out a notebook and started writing everything down. Not just the money I'd given them over the years, but the hours I'd spent, the opportunities I'd turned down because they needed me. It was a staggering list. And at the end of it, I wrote in big letters, and no more. It became my mantra. Every time I felt guilty, every time I considered caving, I'd open that notebook and read that list. It reminded me that this wasn't just about one bad week. It was about a pattern that had been going on my whole life. Slowly, I started pulling away in more tangible ways. I unfollowed Nathan on social media. I stopped answering calls from numbers I didn't recognize. I told my parents' neighbors to stop giving me updates about the house. And most importantly, I started putting my energy back into my own life. I picked up extra hours at work, not because I needed the money, but because staying busy kept my mind from spiraling. I went back to the gym for the first time in months. I started cooking proper meals again instead of just grabbing takeout. I even started talking to an accountant about ways to protect my finances so this could never happen again. Still, there were nights where the weight of it all hit me like a freight train. One Friday night, I found myself sitting in the dark on my couch, staring at the wall, feeling like a stranger in my own life. I'd always pictured my parents being there for big milestones, holidays, birthdays, maybe even one day when I had kids of my own. Now, all of that felt impossible. The lowest point came when Mom showed up at my apartment unannounced. I opened the door to find her standing there with red-rimmed eyes and a casserole dish in her hands, like some twisted callback to when things used to be okay. "Carl, please," she said, her voice trembling. "We can't keep going like this. You're tearing this family apart." I almost laughed. Almost. "I'm tearing it apart?" I asked. "You forged my trust, took my money, and left me out of your will, and I'm the one tearing it apart?" Tears welled in her eyes. "Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. He's convinced you hate us." "I don't hate you," I said, my throat tight, "but I can't keep living like this. I can't keep being the only one holding everything together." She set the casserole dish on the counter like that would somehow fix things. "Nathan's trying, Carl. He really is. Then let him try harder," I said. She left not long after that, looking smaller somehow. When the door closed behind her, I sank to the floor and put my head in my hands. I didn't feel triumphant. I just felt tired. But in that exhaustion, something else started to form. A resolve, quiet but solid. I couldn't fix them. I couldn't make them see what they'd done. But I could make sure that going forward, I wouldn't be in this position again. That night, I opened my laptop and started making plans. Real plans. Not just canceling payments or writing in a notebook, but concrete steps to separate my life from theirs completely. Financially, legally, emotionally. It wasn't revenge. Not yet. It was survival. And as I worked late into the night, for the first time in weeks, I felt the faintest flicker of something that almost felt like peace. I didn't know it then, but this quiet resolve was the beginning of something much bigger, something they wouldn't see coming. The days after Mom's visit were strangely calm. The house felt quiet, my phone blissfully still. For the first time in months, I woke up without that crushing weight on my chest. It wasn't happiness exactly, more like clarity. The storm had passed, and now there was this eerie stillness, the kind that makes you realize you've survived something. I poured myself into work. What had once been a distraction became something more, a focus, a mission. My company had been expanding into new markets, and I volunteered for every big project I could. I was logging long hours, but this time it felt different. I wasn't working to pay someone else's bills or to earn someone's approval. I was working for me, and it paid off. Within 3 months, I'd closed one of the largest deals my department had ever seen. The company recognized it with a hefty bonus and a promotion, my first major one in years. When my boss called me into his office to tell me, I just sat there for a moment, stunned. I'd been so caught up in all the family drama that I'd almost forgotten I was good at what I did. That night, I went out with friends to celebrate. It wasn't anything fancy, just a casual dinner and drinks. But for the first time in forever, I felt present. I laughed. Actually laughed. Without that bitter edge in the back of my mind. Money wasn't tight anymore either. With my parents off my payroll, my savings account finally started to grow. Instead of just surviving month to month, I maxed out my retirement contributions for the first time ever. I met with a financial advisor who helped me put together an investment plan. Watching my net worth climb month after month was addictive, not because of the number, but because it was finally mine. I also started taking better care of myself. The gym became a regular part of my routine again. I stopped skipping meals, started sleeping through the night. Little by little, I was rebuilding not just my finances, but myself. It wasn't just about money or health, though. I started reconnecting with parts of my life I'd neglected for years. I picked up the guitar again, something I hadn't done since college. I joined a weekend hiking group. I even took a short trip to the coast by myself, something I never would have done before, always feeling like I had to stay nearby just in case my parents needed me. And here's the thing. The better my life got, the clearer everything became. I started to see just how much of my time, energy, and identity had been wrapped around keeping my family afloat. It wasn't just about paying bills. It was about being available at all times, sacrificing my own plans, living on their schedule. Without that weight, it was like I was finally breathing fresh air. Of course, my absence didn't go unnoticed. I heard through the grapevine, mostly from neighbors and mutual friends, that things weren't going well for my parents. The mortgage was months behind. The house needed repairs. Nathan was looking for work again, which I knew meant sleeping till noon and playing video games. At first, I felt a pang of guilt every time I heard these updates. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized they'd made their choice. They'd chosen Nathan to inherit everything. They'd chosen to take from me without asking. They'd chosen to assume I would never say no. And now they were living with the consequences. One evening, I got an email from an old mentor of mine, a man who'd helped me get my first job out of college. He invited me to a networking event for local entrepreneurs. Normally, I would have turned something like that down. Too busy, too awkward. But this time, I went. It turned out to be a game changer. I met several business owners that night, including one who was looking for an investor for a small but growing tech startup. Something about their pitch grabbed me. I ran the numbers, did my research, and decided to take the leap. It was risky, but I had the capital now, and for once, I wasn't afraid to use it for myself. 6 months later, that startup closed a major round of funding, and my small investment turned into a significant return. Not quit your job money, but enough that I suddenly had options. That's when I started thinking bigger. I met with an attorney, this time for me, not for my parents. We talked about asset protection, setting up a trust, even the possibility of buying property. I wanted to build something solid, something that was mine alone. And then came the moment that changed everything. One of my colleagues mentioned that a property was going up for sale. A large house on the other side of town. It wasn't just any house, though. It was the same model as my parents' home, newer and better maintained in a nicer neighborhood. I drove out to see it on a whim, telling myself it was just curiosity. But the moment I stepped inside, something clicked. The place had everything. Space, light, a big backyard. I stood there in the empty living room, imagining what it would be like to build a life there. A life on my own terms. I made an offer the next day. When it went through, I didn't tell anyone. Not my parents, not Nathan, not even most of my friends. I wanted it to be mine, completely separate from all the chaos I'd left behind. Moving in felt like shedding the last remnants of my old life. One weekend, as I unpacked boxes in my new kitchen, I found that old notebook, the one where I'd written out every dollar I'd ever given my parents, every sacrifice I'd made. I flipped through it slowly, page after page, until I reached the last line, and no more. And for the first time since writing it, I smiled, because it was no longer just a line on paper. It was reality. But as good as things were getting, there was still a part of me that wasn't done. Because while I'd rebuilt my life, they hadn't changed. Nathan was still coasting, my parents were still enabling him. And they all still expected that one day I'd cave and come back. They didn't know it yet, but that day was never coming. In fact, the next time they saw me, things would be very, very different. Because by now, I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was winning, and I was starting to think that maybe, just maybe, it was time to make them see that. Time to make them see exactly what they'd lost. By the time spring rolled around, I was a completely different person than I had been that night, sitting in the empty parking lot. My days had structure. My work was thriving. My new house felt like a sanctuary, and my finances were healthier than they'd ever been. But that peace was fragile. And deep down, I knew it because my family still believed they had a claim on me. It started with little things. A voicemail from Mom, tearful, saying they'd done the math and just needed a few thousand to get over this hump. A text from Nathan asking if I could loan him money until he got hired at a new job he claimed to be starting next month. Then, about 2 months after I moved into my house, I got a formal letter not from my parents but from their lawyer. It was worded carefully, but the message was clear. They were asking me to contribute to the mortgage again, suggesting it was my moral obligation as the elder son to preserve the family home. I read the letter 3 times, stunned. They were trying to formalize my guilt into a responsibility. Instead of responding right away, I called my attorney, the same one who had helped me set up my trust and my asset protection plan. I explained everything. The will, the drained account, the lawyer's letter. She listened without interrupting. And then she said something that made my breath catch. "Carl, do you realize how much leverage you actually have here?" At first, I didn't understand. "Leverage? You've been financially supporting them for years," she said. "I'm willing to bet you have documentation, transfers, emails, texts showing exactly how much you contributed." "I do," I said slowly, thinking of my notebook. "Then you're in a very strong position," she said. "If they're treating you like you owe them something, you could very easily turn that around. You have proof that they've been benefiting from your support for years. If you wanted to, you could make a claim, at the very least, to establish that their narrative isn't true." That thought stuck with me long after I hung up the phone. For so long, I'd been on the defensive, trying to protect myself from being used. It had never occurred to me that I could go on the offensive. That night, I sat down with a glass of whiskey and went through everything. Every bank statement, every email, every text message I'd saved. I organized them into folders, color-coded by year, creating a timeline of all the financial support I'd provided. Mortgage payments, insurance premiums, repairs, medical bills. Even that time I paid off Dad's credit card after he forgot about it and nearly tanked his credit score. The total was staggering. Tens of thousands of dollars over the years. I stared at the number at the bottom of the spreadsheet, my jaw tight. No wonder I'd been living paycheck to paycheck for so long. But the real turning point came a week later when I bumped into one of my parents' neighbors while running errands. She was an older woman who had known me since I was a kid, and she pulled me aside, her voice low. "Carl," she said, "I hate to be the one to tell you this, but your brother's been telling people you're the reason the house is in trouble." My stomach dropped. "What?" "He said you promised to help and then backed out," she said. "He's been calling you selfish. Some of the neighbors are starting to talk." I thanked her and drove home in silence, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard it hurt. It wasn't enough that they drained my account. Now they were trying to rewrite the story to make me the villain in their version of events. That night, I made a decision. If they wanted to play this game publicly, then fine, two could play. I called my attorney again and asked her to draft a formal letter. One that laid out in exact numbers everything I had contributed over the years, complete with dates and amounts. The letter made it very clear that not only did I not owe them anything, but if I chose to, I could pursue legal reimbursement for some of what I'd already paid. When I read the draft, it was like looking at my life in black and white. Every sacrifice, every transfer, every loan I never got back. There it was, neatly itemized on letterhead. But that was only half of it. The other half came from my growing success at work. My promotion had given me a seat at the table in meetings I'd never been part of before. One of the projects I was leading involved negotiating with several banks and mortgage providers. I was suddenly very well connected in the exact industry my parents were struggling with. It was almost poetic. Through my work contacts, I learned something interesting. The lender that held my parents' mortgage was getting ready to sell off a chunk of their loans to a smaller credit union. It was standard practice. Nothing shady about it, but it meant that their mortgage could soon be in someone else's hands entirely. And that's when the idea first took shape. It started small, just a thought I pushed aside as too complicated. But over the next few days, it kept coming back. What if I could get involved in that transfer somehow? What if, instead of throwing money at their problem, I could put myself in a position where I controlled the outcome? I spent a few weeks quietly researching, making calls, asking careful questions. I didn't move recklessly. I wanted to understand every angle before I did anything. And the more I learned, the more I realized it wasn't just possible, it was doable. I could buy the debt. Not the house, not yet. But the debt, their mortgage, the thing that was hanging over their heads, the thing that was causing them to panic and call me. It wouldn't be cheap, but I could afford it now. And once I owned that note, the power dynamic would shift completely. They wouldn't just be asking me for help anymore. They'd be asking their new lender, and that lender would be me. I didn't make a move yet. I wasn't ready. But just knowing I had that option changed everything. It gave me a sense of calm I hadn't felt in months. At the same time, I started strengthening my position in other ways. I consolidated my investments, diversified my portfolio, and kept growing my savings. I stayed focused at work and continued climbing the ladder. I wanted to be unshakable before I made my move, and all the while I stayed quiet. I didn't respond to their messages, didn't rise to Nathan's bait when he tried to provoke me with smug texts, didn't even acknowledge the gossip I knew they were spreading. I just kept building brick by brick, layer by layer, because when the time came, I wanted there to be no doubt about who held the cards. And when that time came, when the call finally came that the house was officially in pre-foreclosure, I would be ready. Ready to step in, ready to take control, ready to make them see exactly what it meant to choose Nathan over me. And this time, they wouldn't be able to ignore me. This time, I wouldn't just walk away. When the call finally came, it wasn't from my parents. It was from a mutual friend of the family, someone who had always been kind to me growing up. Her voice was hesitant, almost apologetic. "Carl," she said, "I thought you should know. The house has a foreclosure notice posted on the door." I thanked her, hung up, and sat very still for a moment. My parents hadn't called me, hadn't even texted. Maybe they were too proud. Maybe they were waiting until the last second, hoping someone else would swoop in and fix things for them. But this time, I was already ahead of them. 2 days later, I got the official word from my contact at the bank. The note had been sold. I'd been preparing for this for months, so I moved fast. Within a week, their mortgage, had been quietly purchased by an investment entity I controlled. Not under my own name, of course. On paper, it was just another small portfolio of distressed loans acquired by a holding company. But I knew that every payment they missed from here on out, every notice, every piece of mail that would arrive demanding action, was ultimately going to me. I didn't make any changes right away. I let things run their natural course because part of me wanted them to feel the weight of it. And they did. About 3 weeks later, Dad called me for the first time in months. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. "Carl," he said, his voice tight, "you have to help us. We're out of options." I leaned back in my chair, keeping my tone perfectly calm. "What happened to Nathan?" Silence. "He's doing what he can," Dad said finally, but I could hear the defensiveness in his voice. "So nothing," I said. "Got it. This isn't funny," he snapped. "We could lose the house." "You mean Nathan's house?" I said, my voice cool. There was a pause, and then Mom's voice came faintly in the background. "Carl, please, we can't go through with the foreclosure." I took a slow breath, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make them squirm. "I might be able to help," I said at last. "But not like before. Not with handouts. If I get involved, it's on my terms." "What terms?" Dad asked wearily. "I'll let you know when I'm ready," I said, and I hung up. I spent the next few weeks working closely with my attorney to finalize everything. The company that now held their mortgage sent them a formal letter offering a restructuring deal. Lower monthly payments, extended term, no penalties, but with a condition. They had to sign over partial control of the property to the lender until the balance was paid off. It was a standard practice, nothing illegal or unusual, but it gave me what I wanted, authority. They signed. Of course, they did. They didn't have a choice. Once the papers were finalized, I scheduled a visit. It was the first time I'd been back to the house in months, and walking up that driveway felt surreal. Nathan opened the door, his face already tense. "What are you doing here?" he asked. I smiled, calm and collected. "Checking on my property." He blinked. "You're what?" "Ask Mom and Dad," I said, stepping past him into the living room. They were both sitting there, looking smaller than I'd ever seen them. Mom's eyes darted between me and the floor, and Dad's jaw was tight, like he was trying not to explode. "You," he said, "finally bought the loan." "That's right," I said, taking a seat on the couch like I owned the place, because in a way I did. "Congratulations. You're officially my tenants now." Nathan swore under his breath, but I held up a hand. "Relax. I'm not here to throw you out. Not yet. In fact, I'm offering you a better deal than the bank ever would have. You'll have lower payments, more time, and the house stays in your name, as long as you keep up with what you owe. And if we don't? Dad asked, his voice low. Then, I said, meeting his eyes, I decide what happens next. The room went dead silent. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the one begging, pleading, or explaining. I was in control. I didn't do this to be cruel, I continued, my voice even. I did this because I'm done being taken advantage of. I'm done being the only one who sacrifices. You wanted Nathan to inherit everything. Fine, but you can't have it both ways. If I'm not part of this family when it comes to the future, then I'm not your safety net in the present. Mom started to cry quietly. Nathan looked like he wanted to argue, but even he knew better than to open his mouth. You keep up with the payments, I said, standing up, and you stay here. You don't, and you're out. Simple as that. I walked out of the house feeling lighter than I had in years. Over the next few months, they made their payments, barely. Every time a payment came through, I saw it hit my account. A silent acknowledgement that the balance of power had shifted. But the real moment of satisfaction came later, when Nathan texted me out of the blue. You win. They're scared of you now. Happy? I stared at the screen for a long moment before replying, No, I'm not happy, but I'm finally free. I didn't get a response. Still, the point had been made, and I knew this was only the beginning. Because as much as I wanted to be done with them, a part of me wanted them to feel this, to understand, really understand what it meant to underestimate me. And I wasn't finished teaching that lesson. Not yet. After that tense visit, things in my family shifted dramatically. The phone calls stopped. The guilt-laden texts from Mom vanished. Even the neighborhood gossip that used to trickle back to me dried up. For a while, it was blissfully quiet, almost too quiet. Then one day, about 3 months later, I got an email from my attorney. The subject line was simple: default notice. They had missed 2 consecutive payments. I sat staring at the screen for a long moment, letting the weight of it settle. This was the moment I had been anticipating, the crossroads I'd been preparing for. I could extend grace one more time. I could renegotiate, give them yet another chance to do the right thing, or I could end this. I chose the latter. The foreclosure process wasn't quick. There were filings, notices, waiting periods. But eventually the date was set. The house, my parents' house, the house I'd spent half my adult life keeping afloat, was going to auction. I showed up that day in a tailored suit, calm and collected, while my parents stood off to the side looking hollow-eyed and defeated. Nathan wasn't even there. I'd heard he'd finally packed up and moved in with a girlfriend across town, leaving them to face the fallout alone. The auction itself was quick. A few bidders showed interest, but I'd already arranged financing through my holding company and came prepared to outbid anyone who tried to take it from me. In the end, it wasn't even close. When the gavel came down, I owned the house outright. Mom broke down in tears right there on the courthouse steps. Dad stood stiffly, his face a mask of anger, but he didn't say a word. I'll give you 30 days, I said quietly, walking over to them. That's more than the law requires, but it's enough time to pack up and figure out what's next. Mom nodded through her tears. Dad just stared at me like he was trying to burn a hole through me with his eyes. Over the next month, I stayed completely out of their way. I didn't visit, didn't call, didn't offer to help them pack. It wasn't my responsibility anymore. Neighbors later told me it was a grim sight. The once proud couple slowly boxing up decades of memories, having garage sales to get rid of furniture, watching strangers haul away the life they'd built. When the 30 days were up, I drove by one last time. The house was empty. The yard was overgrown, painting in spots, a visual reminder of how far things had fallen. I walked through the front door with my new keys and was hit by a wave of memories. Family dinners, birthdays, late-night arguments in this very living room. For a moment, I almost felt guilty. Almost. Then I remembered all those years of sacrifice. The money that vanished without thanks. The smug way Nathan had told me I'd cave because I always did. The betrayal of reading that will and realizing I was nothing more than a placeholder in their eyes. I exhaled slowly, the guilt evaporating like mist. Within a few months, I had the place fully renovated. Fresh paint, new flooring, a completely remodeled kitchen. The house that had once been a source of so much resentment was becoming something else entirely. A symbol of everything I'd built for myself. And then, in one of those twists you couldn't write if you tried, an opportunity fell into my lap. A young couple I'd met through work mentioned they were looking to rent in the area, somewhere close to their jobs, somewhere they could raise their first child. I handed them the keys at a fair rental price, one they could afford, one that still made financial sense for me. Watching them walk through the house with excitement, talking about where they'd put the crib and how they'd decorate, was strangely healing. The house had new life now. Meanwhile, my parents had moved into a small apartment on the other side of town. I didn't hear from them directly, but word got back to me through mutual acquaintances. They were struggling financially, emotionally. Nathan wasn't around much anymore. Apparently, the girlfriend had gotten tired of supporting him and kicked him out, leaving him to couch surf and bounce between short-term jobs. It would have been easy to feel sorry for them. Once, I probably would have. But this time I didn't, because I realized something. Their suffering wasn't revenge. It was consequence. For years, they'd assumed my loyalty was infinite, that I'd always be there to clean up the mess. When I finally stepped back, the house of cards collapsed. Months later, I ran into Mom at the grocery store. She looked older, more fragile somehow. When she saw me, her eyes welled with tears. "Carl," she said softly, we miss you." I didn't know what to say. For a long moment, we just stood there between the aisles, two people who had once been family and now felt like strangers. "I hope you're doing okay," I said finally. She nodded. And then, almost as if she couldn't help herself, she whispered, "We didn't think you'd actually let it happen." There it was, the quiet admission, the thing I'd known all along. I smiled just a little. "That was the problem," I said. "You never thought I'd mean it when I said no." And with that, I grabbed my cart and walked away. Driving home that day, I realized something strange. I wasn't angry anymore. Not at them, not at Nathan, not even at the years I'd spent trying to earn their approval. I was done. And as I pulled into the driveway of my new house, my house, I felt that quiet, steady peace again. Not triumphant, not vengeful, just free. Because in the end, I hadn't just taken back my money or the house or my dignity. I'd taken back my life. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Scott. I'm 28, and I just graduated from med school last month. Top of my class. Actually, I should have felt like I was on top of the world, standing there in my cap and gown, diploma in hand. But instead, when I looked out at the VIP seating I'd reserved for my family, 12 padded chairs with gold-lettered name cards, I saw nothing but empty seats. Not one of them showed up. Not my mom. Not my stepdad. Not my little sister. Not even my Aunt Kathy, who swore up and down she wouldn't miss it for anything. Funny how anything turned out to be a carnival cruise to the Bahamas. Let me back up. I wasn't born into a family that celebrates academic success. If you brought home straight A's, you were either trying too hard or making everyone else feel dumb. That was the attitude. My mom used to say things like, "Nobody likes a show-off, Scott," when I came home with a perfect report card. Or, "Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, does this mean you think you're better than us now?" When I talked about wanting to be a doctor someday. And it wasn't just her. My stepdad, Gary, who I swear thrived on being the loudest guy in any room with the least to say, used to joke, "I don't trust any man who can't change his own oil." Medicine, in his eyes, was book stuff. And book stuff was for people who couldn't handle the real world. But I didn't care. I was stubborn. I studied like my life depended on it. When I got into med school on a scholarship, I didn't expect a parade or anything, but I did think just maybe they'd be proud. Instead, my mom asked me why I didn't just become a nurse like her friend's daughter. "It's shorter and you still wear scrubs." Still, I tried. Over the years, I kept inviting them to milestones. White coat ceremony, clerkship match day, residency interviews. Every time it was the same. "Flights are too expensive," or "We've got a lot going on that week," or "You know how Gary feels about big cities." I stopped pushing after a while. I just sent updates through the family group chat, usually met with radio silence or the occasional thumbs up from my little sister, who was the only one who didn't seem totally jaded. But graduation was supposed to be different. This wasn't just about me. It was a culmination. 8 years of nonstop grind. I worked night shifts, studied through holidays, missed birthdays and funerals. I slept in my car more times than I care to admit because I couldn't afford rent and gas. So, when I got my residency offer at a prestigious hospital, and when I found out I'd be giving a speech as part of the ceremony, I decided I was going all in. I paid $12,000 of my own savings to fly everyone in. First-class tickets for my mom and Gary, a hotel suite near campus with a view of the lake, catered dinner reservations, custom programs with their names listed under honored guests. I even had a florist put together centerpieces in my mom's favorite colors. I imagined her tearing up when she saw my name in the program. I imagined her telling me she was proud, maybe for the first time in my adult life. The day before the ceremony, I called to confirm their flights. No answer. I texted. Nothing. That night, as I was reviewing my speech for the 100th time, my phone lit up. First came the message from my mom. Scott, we're not coming. Watching you pretend to be a doctor sounds painful. We booked a cruise instead. Enjoy your fake moment. Then one from Aunt Kathy, the woman who once told me I was like a son to her. We'd rather be somewhere worth celebrating. You know how boring those things are. No apology, no hesitation, just that. I stared at my screen so long the brightness started to burn. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't throw my phone. I just sat there blinking at their words, feeling something in me quietly break. The next morning, I stood on stage and gave my speech. People clapped. I smiled. But the entire time, my eyes kept drifting back to those front row seats. Those beautiful, velvet-lined chairs with the names of people who clearly didn't think I was worth the trip. People who had spent my entire life trying to shrink me down to their size. Later that evening, after the post-grad dinner and photo ops, after I'd shaken hands and signed programs and given hugs to friends and professors whose support meant more than they knew, I walked into my suite, closed the door, and finally let myself feel it. Not just the hurt, but the betrayal, the humiliation, the ache of knowing that I had handed my family this incredible moment on a silver platter, and they threw it in the ocean. I didn't reply to the texts. I didn't call back when my mom left a casual voicemail 2 days later saying, "Hope it went well. Send pics if you can." Instead, I made 2 decisions. First, I had the university print a second ceremonial copy of my diploma. I bought a sleek black frame for it, wrapped it in gold paper, and mailed it to my mother's address along with a printed 8x10 photo of those 12 empty seats lined up perfectly under a banner that read, "Reserved for the family of Dr. Scott." And second, I made one more change, something none of them would see coming. But I'll get to that, because about 3 hours after that package landed at my mom's house, my phone started buzzing like crazy. Calls, texts, voicemails. One from Gary just said, "You're being dramatic, kid." One from my sister said, "This is beyond petty." But it was my mom's voicemail, the one where she was sobbing so hard her words came out choked. That made me pause. She said, "Please, I didn't know it would hurt you like this. I thought you knew we were just joking. Please call me. Please." I didn't listen to the full voicemail. I stopped halfway through around the part where she said, "We didn't think it would matter that much." And that was enough. That one sentence, so clueless, so painfully dismissive, told me everything I needed to know. They still didn't get it. They never had. So I didn't call her back. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I turned off my phone and sat quietly at my kitchen table, flipping through the printed photo I'd taken just before the ceremony. 12 empty chairs in a perfect row, their names still taped to the backrests like a punchline. That's when I opened my laptop, logged into my bank account, and started making changes. See, part of the reason I could afford to fly them all in, first class no less, was because of a modest inheritance I'd received from my grandmother. She passed when I was in my second year of med school. She wasn't wealthy, not by a long shot, but she left me $60,000 in a joint account my name was added to when I turned 18. She always told me, "Don't waste this on bills or nonsense. Use it when the time is right to do something that matters." And I had. Over the past 2 years, I tapped into it sparingly. A small portion covered part of my rent during my first hospital rotation. Another chunk went toward flights for interviews. But the biggest amount, I saved it, intending it for something important, something I could build with. I had started dreaming about opening a small clinic in underserved areas, maybe doing rotating weeks in lower-income neighborhoods. It wasn't much yet, but the beginnings were there. What my family didn't know was that in her will, my grandmother had initially intended to split the inheritance 3 ways between me, my mom, and my aunt. But a year before her death, after watching the way my mom treated me during a holiday visit, she changed it quietly. No drama. She just rewrote the documents, removed their names, and left it all to me. "You're the only one I trust to do something good with it," she said. "They'll only waste it." And here's the twist. Because the account was set up jointly with my mom back when I was a teenager, she assumed, wrongly, that she still had access to it. In fact, she'd been telling people for months that, when Scott becomes a doctor, we'll finally do that kitchen remodel. I didn't think much of it until I found out through my cousin that my mom and Gary had scheduled a contractor visit for the same week as my graduation. That contractor never showed up. Why? Because after I got back from graduation, I transferred every last cent of that account into a new one, solely under my name. I closed the old one permanently. Then, for good measure, I donated a portion of what was left to the very clinic I hope to one day join. I sent them a note with my name and graduation photo. I figured if I couldn't get my family to celebrate my success, I'd at least use the fallout to help someone else who needed a win. It didn't take long for the calls to start up again. This time, they weren't just sad. They were angry, furious even. Gary was the first to call me, screaming, "That was your mother's account. She's had her name on it since you were a kid. That money was meant for the family." I didn't even flinch. "You're right," I said. "It was meant for the family. But I guess you decided a cruise was more important than the family member who made it possible." Click. Then came Aunt Kathy. She left a voice message, her voice shrill with disbelief. "Do you have any idea what you've done? Your mother is beside herself. We didn't think." That was the part they all kept saying. We didn't think. We didn't think. We didn't think. Exactly. They didn't think. Not about what it meant to stand alone at the biggest milestone of my life. Not about what it meant to pour thousands into making a moment special, just for them to laugh it off like I was some kid playing dress-up. They didn't think about the years I spent earning it, or the pride I should have felt, or the little boy in me who still wanted to hear someone say, "We're proud of you." Instead, I heard silence, followed by mockery, followed by disappointment wrapped in entitlement. So, no, I didn't feel guilty for shutting the door. I didn't regret sending that diploma and the photo of their seats. And I certainly didn't regret what I did next, because the third thing I did, the final thing, was change the beneficiary on all my accounts, legal and medical documents, emergency contacts, the whole deal. I named someone else. My best friend Marcus, who stayed up with me through exam nights and ran mock interviews with me on his days off, who flew himself across the country, bought his own suit, and showed up to graduation holding a sign that said, "Proud of my brother, Dr. Scott R." I took him out to dinner the night after the ceremony and handed him a sealed envelope. Inside was a copy of the legal paperwork. He blinked at it. "What's this?" I smiled. "It's me choosing my real family." He didn't say anything, just sat there quietly holding the envelope, his eyes a little red. Meanwhile, my mom kept calling. She left one last voicemail, voice cracking, angry and sad all at once. "You think money makes you better than us? You think your little degree erases your roots? We're still your family, Scott, no matter how far you run." But she was wrong. Family isn't blood. It's not who raises you. It's who stands by you when you have nothing. It's who claps the loudest when you finally have something to show for it. And most of all, it's who doesn't disappear when the spotlight turns on you. They disappeared. So I moved forward. It was a Thursday evening, 2 weeks after graduation, when I heard the knock. I'd just gotten home from a residency orientation meeting. I was still in my white coat, stethoscope dangling around my neck like a statement I didn't have to make anymore. My apartment was quiet, warm with the smell of the takeout I just unpacked. And for the first time in what felt like months, I was actually looking forward to a peaceful night alone. Then came the knock. Not loud, not desperate, just confident, like whoever was on the other side assumed they had the right to be there. I opened the door halfway, and there she was, my mother. Her hair was windswept, her cheeks red from either the wind or the anger, probably both. Behind her, standing awkwardly on the landing, was Gary, arms crossed, eyes scanning the hall like he expected security to jump out at any moment. My stomach dropped, but I didn't move. I didn't say anything. My mother blinked at me, and for a moment, it was like she didn't recognize me. Maybe it was the coat or the quiet, or the fact that I didn't immediately open the door wider like I used to back when I was still trying to earn a sliver of her approval. She cleared her throat. "Scott, can we come in?" I tilted my head. "Why?" She looked startled, like the question itself was offensive. "Because we need to talk in private. Face to face." I stepped into the doorway, blocking it fully. "We could have done that 2 weeks ago at graduation." Gary snorted. "Come on, man. Are you still holding on to that? It's not like we didn't congratulate you." "No," I said calmly. "You ridiculed me. Then prioritized a Caribbean buffet over showing up for your own son." My mother's eyes flared. "That's not fair. You didn't even give us time to explain." I raised an eyebrow. "You sent me a text that said, 'Watching you pretend to be a doctor sounds painful.' What exactly was I supposed to wait for?" The punchline. Gary stepped forward then, his voice rising. "You're being petty. That money wasn't yours to touch." "There it is," I muttered, almost smiling. "This isn't about showing up. It's about the inheritance." My mom's lips tightened. "We thought we could use some of it for the remodel. Your grandma would have wanted the family to enjoy it together." "You mean like she enjoyed being iced out by you after she got sick?" I asked, my voice sharp now. "Or how she had to move in with a friend because you didn't want to deal with her medication schedule?" My mom flinched. She hadn't expected that. But I wasn't finished. "She changed the will because she saw what I didn't. That you only show up when there's something to take. Not to support, not to encourage, just to grab what's left." Gary's arms uncrossed and he stepped forward again, his voice low and angry. "You think you're so righteous, don't you? Just because you got some fancy degree, you think you're above us." I stared him down. "No, I think I finally see you clearly, and I'm done pretending you're anything more than what you've shown yourselves to be." My mom's voice cracked. "Scott, please. You're still our son." "That's funny," I said, crossing my arms. "Because 2 weeks ago, you were telling me I was pretending to be a doctor. But now that there's no check coming, I'm suddenly worth a visit." She opened her mouth, but no words came. Just guilt. Maybe shame. It flickered in her eyes for a second, but not long enough to matter. I stepped back and closed the door halfway. "You flew across the country for this," I said softly, "but couldn't make it across a stage for me. That tells me everything I need to know." She stepped forward, almost like she might push the door, but stopped herself. Her voice came out small. "Can't we just start over?" I paused, then I said, "We already did. I just started without you." And I closed the door. I didn't cry. I didn't smile either. I just stood there listening to the silence on the other side until their footsteps finally faded down the hall. The fallout didn't end there, of course. Word got around the family fast. My aunt told her sisters, who told their husbands, who told my cousins. Some call me a genius. Others call me cruel. My cousin Drew texted me, "You did what we all wish we had the guts to do." But not everyone was on my side. There were group chats. I got removed from Facebook. Posts I wasn't tagged in. My mom's side of the family, those who never liked grandma anyway, started acting like I'd robbed a sacred family vault. I got a message from one uncle I hadn't spoken to in 5 years that just said, "You'll regret this. Blood is blood." But I didn't regret it. I went to work. I wore my white coat with pride. I hung my diploma on the wall. Not the one I mailed my mom, but a new one, framed with a photo of me and Marcus beneath it, both grinning like fools in front of the university banner. And I kept building. 3 years passed. In that time, I completed the hardest years of my life as a medical resident. Long shifts that stretched into 48 hours. Missed birthdays, missed holidays, missed sleep. But I grew. I healed patients. I held hands with the dying and the scared. I cried in elevators. I laughed in break rooms at 3 a.m. I saw things I can't unsee. And I became a doctor, not just in title but in spirit. The kind of doctor who doesn't flinch, who stands his ground, who listens before speaking, and who speaks with intention when he does. And while my professional life was growing, so was something else. That tiny idea I'd planted after graduation, the clinic, it was no longer just an idea. With Marcus' help and some generous donors I'd met through residency, I opened a small community clinic on the edge of a neglected neighborhood in the city. It wasn't flashy. 1 floor, 5 rooms, 2 doctors, a nurse, and a volunteer desk. But it was ours. A place where no one asked if you had insurance first. A place where we kept the lights on late because people didn't stop getting sick after 5 p.m. I named it after my grandmother, the Evelyn R. Wellness Center. Her photo hung in the lobby, and every day I walked in I felt grounded. I rarely thought of my family anymore. It wasn't even avoidance. It was just peace. The kind that comes when you stop chasing something that was never running toward you in the first place. But peace has a way of being interrupted. It was late October when the email came. Subject: Family Reunion. 75th birthday for Uncle Rich. The message was sent to a long CC list, but it still began with a chipper. Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing great. We're putting together something special for Uncle Rich's 75th, potluck-style backyard bash. You know how it goes. I almost deleted it on site, but then I noticed something at the bottom, tacked on almost as an afterthought. P.S. Scott, we all really hope you come. It's been too long. Your mom said she misses you. It wasn't signed by my mom. It was signed by my cousin Olivia, the family diplomat. I didn't reply. 2 days later, a handwritten letter showed up at the clinic. No return address. Neat cursive I hadn't seen in years. Scott, I know I'm the last person you want to hear from, and maybe I don't deserve to ask for anything. But if you can find it in your heart to come, I'd be grateful. Not to talk about the past, not to argue. Just to see you, just to see my son again. I've changed. I swear I have. I know it's late, but I'm still your mother. Love, Mom. She underlined love twice. I stared at that word for a long time. Then I folded the letter, slipped it back in the envelope, and tucked it in a drawer I hadn't opened in over a year. The one where I kept the photo of the empty chairs from graduation. I didn't look at the photo. I just closed the drawer again. And I went. I don't fully know why. Curiosity, maybe, or a desire to finally close a door properly. Not slam it, not bolt it. Just close it. The reunion was at a rented hall. Balloons, cheap catering, plastic tablecloths. Exactly the kind of thing my family loved. The parking lot was already full by the time I arrived. I stepped out of my car in a crisp button-up and slacks and felt the fall wind bite through the air. Inside it was noisy, kids running, people laughing. The DJ was playing a too loud oldies playlist, and someone had already spilled punch on the gift table. The moment I stepped inside, heads turned. There was a beat of silence, a collective intake of breath, as if seeing me triggered some ancient family muscle memory. Someone whispered, "Is that Scott?" I just nodded politely and moved toward the back wall. I didn't come for small talk. I came to see if there was anything worth salvaging. Then I saw her, my mother. She looked older, softer around the edges, less put together than I remembered. Her hair was streaked with silver, and she wore a pale blue cardigan over a dress that didn't quite fit right. Her eyes locked on mine like she was afraid I might vanish. "Scott," she breathed. "Hi," I said. She took a step forward. "You came." I did. Tears sprang up instantly, like she'd been holding them in for 3 years. I didn't know if you'd even open the letter. I waited for an apology, for ownership, for something more than guilt. Instead, she reached for my hand. "I've missed you so much." I gently stepped back. "You missed the chance to show up when it mattered." She flinched. "I'm not here to fight," I added. "I just wanted you to see me, not out of spite. Just so you know that I'm doing fine without your support. Without the money you expected. Without any of the things you thought I needed you for." A pause. She lowered her eyes. I deserve that. Yes, I said simply. You did. Then I handed her a small envelope. Inside was a folded pamphlet, the Evelyn R. Wellness Center, with a handwritten note that said, "In case you ever want to understand what I've been building and why I stopped waiting for you to be proud of me." She took it with shaking hands. I didn't linger. I stayed long enough to greet Uncle Rich, long enough to prove that I wasn't hiding, that I'd grown roots without them, that I'd built something out of the very silence they left me in. As I walked back to my car, someone called out behind me. It was Marcus. I didn't invite him, he just showed up. Said he figured I shouldn't have to face them alone. He held up a coffee from our favorite place and said, "I figured you'd want an exit drink." I laughed for the first time that day. "Let's go," I said. "I've got clinic work in the morning." As we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror one last time. My mother stood at the doorway of the hall, pamphlet pressed to her chest, eyes locked on the car as it disappeared down the road. She didn't wave. Neither did I, because some endings don't need closure. They just need peace. And I finally had mine. Now on to the next story. Story 6. $200. "That's it," my mom said, unwrapping my gift. "Your cousin gave your uncle a full dental package. $6,000. I said. "Cool. That explains where my backup card went." My sister tossed her napkin and said, "Families decided you've got 2 weeks to leave." I didn't flinch. That night, I closed every linked card, notified the bank, and flagged the lease as breached. By morning, the mailbox held a thick envelope addressed to my parents, which changed everything. It was Mom's birthday, which in our house meant two things: expensive gifts and silent judgments. Ever since Chelsea started making 6 figures as a corporate attorney, birthdays had turned into these weird auctions where everyone tried to outshine each other with price tags. I stopped trying years ago, but this year I actually thought I had something good. Melissa helped me out. She runs a small jewelry shop 2 towns over and agreed to design something custom. A pair of sterling silver earrings with tiny sapphires. Mom's birthstone. Classy, simple, real. I scraped together what I could from freelancing and selling a few old things online. Came up with $100. Melissa covered the other 100 because she knew I was broke and trying. When Mom opened the box, I watched her expression carefully. She stared at the earrings for maybe 3 seconds, then looked up like I'd handed her a scratched DVD. She tilted her head and said it with a weird sort of laugh. $200. That's it. No thank you. No smile. Just that and silence. Chelsea, who had already made a whole show of giving Mom a designer perfume set from Paris, chimed in immediately. Ryan gave Uncle Frank a full dental package. $6 grand. Real family gifts, Mike. Not high school art projects. I said, "Cool. That explains what happened to my credit card." No one asked what I meant. They knew. A week earlier, I'd seen over $5,800 in dental charges on my card. I only ever used that card for emergencies and rent when I'm behind. I knew someone in the family had taken it. There were 3 people with access, and only one of them had a track record of borrowing without asking. I was waiting for the right moment to bring it up. I guess this was it. Dad didn't look up from his plate. Melissa looked away. My aunt shifted uncomfortably in her chair, but nobody said a word. Then Chelsea stood up, folded her napkin neatly like she was handling evidence, and said it like it was rehearsed. "The family has decided. You have 2 weeks to move out." I laughed. Not loudly, not like a joke, just enough to let them know they couldn't rattle me. That night, after everyone went to bed, I got to work, closed all the credit cards, filed a fraud claim with the bank, updated every password, canceled every shared subscription. Apple Music, HBO, the digital news subscription Dad liked to claim he paid for, all under my name. Not anymore. Then I pulled out the lease agreement. Dad had insisted I sign it when I moved back in, even though I was his son and had nowhere else to go after getting laid off. I circled the clauses they violated: termination notice, eviction protocol, written documentation. Then I scanned it and saved it 3 times. 1 copy to my laptop, 1 to my backup drive, and 1 to a flash drive I kept hidden in an old Altoids tin. The next morning, I woke up early, went out to get coffee, came back, and opened the mailbox. There it was, a thick envelope with no return address, just their names written in weird, shaky cursive. I didn't touch it, just dropped it on the kitchen counter like it wasn't my problem. At 11:07 a.m., my phone rang. Mom. She didn't say hello. What is this? That's all she said. I told her to read it. Then I hung up. I didn't stick around to watch them open it. I walked down the street to the gas station and sat outside on the curb with a cheap coffee and a blueberry muffin that had probably been baked before the pandemic. It was quiet. Too quiet for a Saturday in our neighborhood. Probably the first real moment of peace I'd had since moving back in. By the time I got back, the house was silent. The kind of silence that means something had been said or read that couldn't be unsaid. The envelope was gone from the counter. No one was in the kitchen. I went to my room and shut the door. About 20 minutes later, Chelsea knocked. She didn't wait for a response before pushing the door open. She was holding the envelope in one hand like it was a court summons. Where did you get this? I didn't answer. You forged this, didn't you? I just shrugged. Inside that envelope was a printed letter from a lawyer. Well, it looked like one. Clean letterhead. Formal language. It said my lease had been violated by the homeowners and that I would be pursuing either reinstatement of housing or a small claim suit for damages, including breach of verbal agreements and emotional distress. Nothing illegal, nothing threatening, just legal enough to scare people who never dealt with lawyers outside of traffic court. The best part? The letter wasn't real. I'd written it myself. I used one of those online legal template sites, filled in the blanks, formatted it properly, and printed it out on that thick resume paper I'd had stashed from when I was still applying to jobs. It even had a mock case number. The panic set in quick. I could hear my parents whispering in the living room. They were calling people, probably Uncle Frank, maybe even their old friend who worked in real estate. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know if it was real, and I wasn't about to clear it up. Chelsea came back again around noon, this time calmer. She asked me if I wanted to talk. I said no. Then she started asking about the credit card, about whether I'd really closed it. I told her I had and that the bank was investigating the charges. That if someone used it without permission, they'd likely be contacted soon. She didn't say anything to that. The next day, Dad knocked on my door. First time in weeks. He asked me if we could have a family meeting. I said I wasn't interested unless someone had a $6,000 dental plan for me, too. That night, I found Chelsea sitting in the backyard alone. No wine this time, just her and her phone. She asked me if I was serious about suing Mom and Dad. I told her I wasn't planning on suing anyone. I just wanted a reminder sent their way that I wasn't a doormat. She nodded. Then she said something I didn't expect. I used your card. I needed the work done before I started this new job. I was going to pay it back. That was it. No apology. Just that. I said, that's theft. She said, I know. I didn't tell her what I was going to do next. Because honestly, I didn't know. Not yet. But the envelope had done its job. Now they were all waiting for my next move. The thing about my family is they're good at pretending nothing happened until pretending doesn't work anymore. After the envelope, the energy in the house shifted. They didn't kick me out. They didn't say I could stay either. They just stopped talking about it altogether. Like maybe if they ignored me long enough, I'd disappear. But I didn't. The day after Chelsea confessed, she started acting weird. Not guilty weird, strategic weird. She brought home takeout, left leftovers labeled with my name in the fridge, casually mentioned that the new job came with benefits, and maybe she'd help Mom get that crown replaced. All surface-level fixes for something broken a long time ago. I stayed quiet. I didn't touch the food. I didn't touch the peace offerings. I spent my time in my room polishing my freelance portfolio and quietly applying for remote gigs outside the state. I wasn't planning to stay. I just wasn't going to be pushed out on their terms. Then things escalated. A week later, I got a call from the bank. They confirmed the charges were flagged as fraud and that the name associated with the clinic matched Chelsea's. I asked what that meant. They said an investigator might reach out. I thanked them and hung up. I didn't tell Chelsea that night. Melissa came over. She knew something had gone down. Said Mom called her to ask if she thought I'd really go through with it. Melissa just laughed and told her, "If he says he will, he will. You don't poke Mike unless you want the whole hornet's nest." We sat outside on the porch after dinner. She smoked half a cigarette, then crushed it out with her heel and said, "You want to scare them a little more?" I said, "Yeah." So, she helped me draft another letter. This one wasn't legal. It was personal. A written request for reimbursement of the credit card charges along with an itemized list of everything I'd paid for over the last 6 months that had been used by them. Streaming services, shared utilities, even groceries. Total, $6,243.76. We mailed it certified. 3 days later, Chelsea stopped coming home. Then Mom got a call from her friend at the bank. Apparently, they had heard something was being looked into. Not officially, not yet. But the tension exploded. They called a family meeting without me. Melissa told me about it later. Dad wanted to make it right quietly. Mom refused to acknowledge they'd done anything wrong. Chelsea texted Melissa that she was staying with a friend and not to forward her mail. Then I got an envelope slipped under my door. Not mailed. No handwriting, just a typed letter. It was from Dad. Not an apology. Just a breakdown of what they'd give me if I agreed to leave and not pursue anything legally. $3,000, a written apology drafted, not signed, and a reference letter for future rental applications. I laughed when I read it. Then I took it to Melissa. She didn't laugh. She looked at me and said, "Make them pay it all, every cent." But I didn't want their money anymore. Not really. I wanted something else. Something they hadn't given me since I came back. I wanted recognition that I wasn't the failure they'd made me feel like, that I wasn't the charity case, that I had value, even if I wasn't Ryan or Chelsea or any of the others with 6-figure gifts and empty hearts. So, I came up with something better than a lawsuit, something they wouldn't see coming. And I started planning. I wasn't angry anymore. Not exactly. It had shifted into something colder, something focused. I didn't want to scream or argue. I didn't want to slam doors or write long, dramatic posts online. I wanted them to feel it the way I had, quietly, slowly, inescapably. The idea came after I found a forgotten folder on my hard drive called Family Stuff. Inside were years of files. The slideshow I made for Grandma's funeral, the template for Chelsea's scholarship essay, the rental forms I filled out for Dad when he was trying to lease out the lake house. Things I'd done without thinking twice because that's what they expected. That I'd always say yes because I never asked for anything. So I made something. Not a legal threat this time. Not a prank. A presentation. A full-on professional-grade keynote. I used everything I had. Screenshots, text receipts, timestamps, my own bank statements. I went deep, deeper than I expected to, and what started as a venting session turned into a full audit of my time in this house. Slide 1. Contributions unnoticed. The unpaid family intern. Slide 2 was a calendar marked with dates going back 5 years. Times I babysat without being asked, tech help, editing resumes, subscriptions under my name, dental charges I didn't make. Then came a breakdown. Every dollar I'd spent since moving back, every favor I'd done, every line crossed by someone else. Then I got an idea. I scheduled a dinner. Not a formal invitation, just a group text. "Dinner's on me. Sunday, 7 p.m., family only." I told Melissa to back me up if they tried to skip. She cooked the meal. I cleaned the house, set up the living room like a conference space, rented a projector, blacked out the windows, set up a screen, arranged the chairs. They all came. Even Chelsea. She was last to arrive. Didn't say anything when she walked in. Just sat and scrolled through her phone until the food came out. No one talked much during dinner, just clinking silverware and small coughs. After we ate, I stood up, connected my laptop, and dimmed the lights. I didn't say much at first, just started the presentation. Slide 1 appeared. Then slide 2. I didn't rush. I took my time. I explained everything. I wasn't asking for sympathy. I wasn't even asking for money. I was showing them what it cost to be ignored, dismissed, and quietly stolen from, the hours I'd given, the subscriptions I covered, the fact that I'd been treated like a burden while they used my resources without a second thought. At slide 12, Chelsea looked up from her phone. At slide 19, Mom shifted uncomfortably. At slide 25, Dad rubbed his forehead. By slide 30, no one said anything. The final slide was just one sentence. You taught me to expect nothing, so I learned to measure everything. Then I left the room. Didn't ask for feedback. Didn't look at them. Just walked out. I crashed at Melissa's. We didn't talk much that night. I just needed a quiet place. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. Chelsea, you're right. I didn't see it before. I do now. Dad, we owe you. I'm sorry. That's not enough. But I mean it. Mom, please come home. I want to fix this. I didn't respond. The next morning, I got up early and went back to the house to grab some clothes. The projector was still on. Someone had paused it on slide 30. On the kitchen counter, there was a note in Dad's handwriting. Call me when you're ready. But that wasn't the unexpected part. The unexpected part was the envelope waiting for me on my bed. Plain. No return address. My name in blue ink. Inside was a check written out to me for $6,243.76. The exact amount I had listed in the second envelope. The one they never acknowledged. No note, no explanation, just the check. And suddenly, everything felt different. I didn't touch the check for an hour. Just sat on the edge of my bed and stared at it like it might explode if I looked at it the wrong way. $6,243.76. The exact number. No more, no less, no note, no apology, just the number. It wasn't just about the money. It never had been. But the fact that they wrote that check, typed it, signed it, and left it quietly in my room meant they'd been paying attention. That they'd watched the presentation and not only listened but calculated. And that was a first. I folded the check in half, slid it into the envelope, and left the house without telling anyone. Took a train into the city, walked 10 blocks in the cold, and opened a new checking account at a bank none of them used. Then I went across the street and bought a coffee I didn't need, and just sat there by the window, watching people move past without knowing a thing about me. Felt good, clean. I stayed with Melissa that night. She didn't ask questions, just made pasta and let me sit in silence. She always knew how to leave space without making it feel like distance. The next morning, she handed me a note with an address written in her neat, careful handwriting. Upstate, cabin, belongs to a friend of mine. You'll be left alone. That was all I needed. I packed light, left my desktop at her place, brought my old laptop, a couple of hoodies, and the sketch pad I hadn't used in a year. When I got to the cabin, there was no signal, no Wi-Fi, just a wood stove, a cot, a sink that dripped, and the sound of birds I couldn't name. I hadn't been that alone in years. I didn't realize how much I needed it until 3 days in when I finally slept through the night. I stayed 2.5 weeks. During the day, I drew, wrote, sent out job applications from the town library every few days. Didn't check my phone much. Didn't miss it. I stopped thinking about what I should have said or done. I just existed, and that was enough. Then on day 18, I came into town for groceries and decided to check Instagram. Chelsea had posted a photo. Her and Mom sitting outside a little cafe with ivy on the walls. No filters, no smug poses. Just them looking tired but real. The caption said, "Relearning each other slowly." Honestly, I stared at that photo for longer than I care to admit. That night, I got an email from Dad. Not long, no fluff. Come to dinner Sunday. No speeches, no performance, just us. We'll listen. I didn't answer right away. Took 2 full days. Then I replied, I'll come, but I won't be the same version of me you're used to. He responded 6 minutes later. We know. That's why we want you there. Sunday came. I drove down from the cabin and pulled into the driveway around 6 o'clock. No one came out to meet me. No Chelsea waiting on the porch with her arms crossed. No Mom peeking through the window. Just the porch light on and the table set. When I walked in, the first thing I noticed was the silence. Not awkward, not tense, just quiet. There was no wine on the table, no gifts, no fake smiles. Chelsea stood up first. No hug, just a small nod. A flicker of something close to respect, maybe recognition. Mom didn't say anything right away either. Just came over, placed her hand lightly on my shoulder, then went back to her seat. That was all. I sat down expecting something. Some pre-written speech, some half-apology wrapped in condescension. Instead, Dad cleared his throat and said, "We didn't see it, all of it, but we should have. That's on us." And then, for once, they listened. I told them about everything. How long I'd been tired, how much resentment had piled up, how the silence from them over the years had chipped away at any trust one had left. I didn't hold back. I didn't sugarcoat it. No one interrupted. No one tried to explain. Chelsea looked me in the eye when I mentioned the card. She didn't deny it again. Just said, "I paid it back, but it doesn't erase it." I know that. Mom wiped her eyes once, but no theatrics, no guilt trips, just a soft, steady nod. We didn't fix everything. Not in one night, but something happened. The weight shifted, and for the first time, I didn't feel like I was eating at a stranger's table. I didn't expect anything to change after that dinner. Honestly, I figured they'd feel better, like they checked off some box called emotional reconciliation, and everything would slowly slide back to the usual passive-aggressive routine. I was already planning to be gone again by the end of the week, but they surprised me. 2 days after the dinner, Chelsea texted, said she wanted to meet alone. I almost ignored it, but something made me go. We met at a coffee shop halfway between my place and hers. She was already there when I arrived. No makeup, hair tied back, hoodie, not the version of her the rest of the world saw. She handed me a small envelope across the table. It was a receipt from the dental clinic with a copy of a wire transfer. She'd paid it off in full out of her own account. Then she said something that caught me off guard. "I've been seeing someone, a therapist, since before your presentation." That was just the final shove. I needed to be better than I was for myself, for you. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't. I just nodded, folded the receipt, and put it in my pocket. That was the first surprise. The second came a week later. I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Almost let it go to voicemail, but something told me to pick up. It was a man named George Harper, a real estate agent. Said he was working with a client looking to renovate and flip homes in the area. My name had come up through Dad. Apparently, my dad had told him I was good with numbers, budgeting, digital marketing, that I knew how to make something look valuable without lying. George wanted to offer me a short contract, 3 months part-time, helping prep houses for listings. Good pay, remote work. I took it not for Dad, for me. Then Mom did something that almost knocked me flat. She started a blog. My mother, the woman who couldn't attach a PDF without calling me first, she launched a blog about rebuilding relationships in midlife. She called it From Scratch. It was raw, a little messy, sometimes way too honest, but it was real. And in her second post, she wrote about me, not by name, but it was clearly me. She called me the mirror I was afraid to look in and the voice I had long stopped listening to. She wrote, "I thought giving birth made me a mother, but turns out learning to apologize was the real moment I became one." That one hit hard. I didn't comment, didn't email, just subscribed. Melissa read it too. She texted me that same night, "Your mom's blog made me cry. Are we in a parallel universe?" Maybe we were. I didn't move back in. I didn't start calling every day, but I showed up for Sunday dinner again. Then the next one, then Thanksgiving. Chelsea and I still argued sometimes, but it was different. Less knives, more rubber bullets. And one night, after a quiet dinner where no one brought up anything dramatic or awful, I was helping Mom clear the table when she turned to me and said, almost like an afterthought, "I mailed something for you today. Job application thing. Came to the house by accident." I froze because I hadn't listed that address anywhere. Not since I'd left. What was it? She handed me a copy. She printed a letter from a nonprofit I'd applied to 3 months ago. Community Engagement Coordinator, full-time, benefits, based out of Portland. I looked at the address line and there it was, their address, because I'd forgotten to update one of my freelance resumes, the one Dad had helped me format years ago. And now I had an interview. They handed me the second envelope. This one's smaller. Inside was a photo. Me, 6 years old, holding up a homemade birthday card. Mom was next to me, laughing. She'd written on the back, "We weren't always this broken. Let's not be again." And for once, I believed her. Now on to the next story. Story 7. I came to my parents for Christmas, but selfish brother said, "You don't belong here, loser. Go away." I smiled and silently showed them gifts, and then their faces turned pale. Brother begged forgive him, but I left and stopped paying his family's rent. Today, it is a strange thing to realize that you are the outsider in your own family. Not in the dramatic movie-style way where someone screams or slams a door, but in the quiet, steady way that creeps in over the years until it just feels normal. You start to notice how your brother's jokes about you always go unchecked. How your parents somehow remember everyone's birthday but yours. How no one asks how you're doing unless they need something. That's been my life for a while now. My name is Kevin, and for years I've played the role of a background character in my own family history. I never asked for much, just a little respect. Maybe a thank you once in a while, but that seemed like too much. When Tyler, my younger brother, lost his job and decided to pursue a ridiculous business idea, I didn't laugh or judge. I loaned him money. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The last time was a big one, $50,000. He pitched it like it was his last chance. I told him no. I had my reasons. That money meant something to me. I wasn't being cruel. I was just finally setting a limit. That's when things changed. I didn't realize it at the time. Tyler didn't blow up or start any drama directly with me. He got smart. Quietly, he started poisoning the well little by little, telling our parents things, telling his wife things, telling anyone who would listen. I had no idea. I thought we were just growing apart as adults sometimes do. So, when I decided to surprise everyone that Christmas, it wasn't about showing off. It was about trying to fix something. I told myself that if I made an effort, if I really went for it, maybe I'd get a real seat at the table again. I bought gifts like a man trying to rewrite history. 5 or 6 grand easy. An espresso machine for my parents. That one Jenna handbag Tyler's wife sent over 3 months ago. iPads and a VR set for the kids. Even a watch for Tyler. Stupid, maybe. But I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd see that I cared, that I still wanted to be a part of this family. I arrived at my parents' house around 6:40 p.m. on Christmas Eve. The snow had started to fall again. Their neighborhood looked like something out of a greeting card. I parked, sat in the car for a second, looked at the trunk full of carefully wrapped packages, then got out. I knocked on the door, and after a pause, my mother opened it. She looked surprised. Not warm, just surprised. Like she'd opened the door to a salesman she wasn't expecting. No hug, no Merry Christmas. She just turned and went back inside. I followed her in. The house smelled of roast beef and cinnamon candles. The fireplace was lit. Tyler was at the bar with a drink in his hand, grinning. Jenna and the kids were on the couch. No one said anything. It was dead quiet. Then Tyler broke it. "You don't belong here, loser. Get out." I stood there for a second, waiting for someone to laugh, for someone to say, "Come on, Tyler," or, "What the hell?" But no one said anything. Not my dad, who was watching the game as if I hadn't walked in. Not my mom, who had disappeared back into the kitchen. Not even Jenna. She looked right at me and said nothing. So I turned around, went back to the car, opened the trunk, and grabbed the bags. One trip. I walked them inside and dropped them in the middle of the living room. Not dramatically, just enough to get attention. Tyler stepped forward, his eyes catching the logos. He saw the price of what I brought. So did everyone else. His kids were already heading for the VR set before he stopped them. He looked at me differently this time. "Kev, just wait. This isn't." But I cut him off. "Rent's due January 8th. You figure it out." I grabbed the bags, turned, and walked out. No one followed me, not even my mother. And I knew then and there that I was done playing the part they had written for me. I drove away in silence. No music, no heat, just the sound of my tires on the snow and the gifts shifting in the back seat every time I turned. I didn't cry. I didn't even feel angry. What I felt was emptiness. The kind that doesn't hit all at once, but spreads slowly until you don't even remember what it felt like not to have it. I parked outside my apartment, turned off the car, and just sat there. It was dark, the kind of cold that creeps through your jacket, even when the car is running. My phone buzzed once. I didn't look. I knew who it was, Tyler. I let it go. The next morning, Christmas Day, I woke up late. I made coffee, warmed up some leftovers, and stared at the pile of presents still sitting by the door. Expensive, thoughtful, perfectly wrapped, and now completely unwanted. I thought about dropping them off at a shelter or donating them somewhere. But then I thought of my kids. Not Tyler's kids, mine. 2 boys, 10 and 13. I get them every other weekend, but this year their mom had them for Christmas. I'd planned to get them presents when I saw them again in January. Something modest. But now they were getting the works. I FaceTimed them that morning and told them they were getting in early. Second Christmas. Their faces lit up in a way I hadn't seen in a long time. I didn't mention what had happened. I didn't say a word about Tyler or my parents. I just told them that we were going to do something cool together next weekend. I started repacking the presents, changing the tags. By New Year's Eve, I had almost let it all go. I hadn't heard from my parents, which didn't surprise me. Tyler tried to text twice. A weak apology and then a long paragraph about how I misunderstood everything and how Christmas was just stressful this year. I didn't respond. Then January 2nd came and I got a call from my dad. This one surprised me. He didn't call much. When I picked up, he skipped right over small talk and asked one thing. "You're not paying Tyler's rent this month?" I almost laughed. I told him no. Told him I was tired. Told him Tyler was on his own now. He paused, then said, "You know he's got the kids, right? That it's not just about him." That line pissed me off more than anything. Not because he was wrong about the children, but because he had to put them in danger for someone to call me. Not me, not my feelings, not the way I'd been treated, just the rent. Then I realized they hadn't called to make things right. They had called because their golden child was finally being held accountable and they didn't like it. I hung up after that. Didn't yell, didn't argue. Just said I had nothing more to say and ended the call. The next day, Tyler showed up at my house. It was January 3rd. Cold, quiet, dark. The kind of night when most people have already slipped into their post-holiday routines and forgotten all the chaos of Christmas. I was lying on the couch, finally starting to relax when I heard the knocking. 3 short taps. Not frantic, not aggressive, just persistent. I didn't check the peephole. I knew. I opened the door and there he was. Tyler. No gloves, snow clinging to his sleeves. A half-beaten look on his face like he just lost a battle with the world. He didn't say anything. I didn't either. I stepped back a little, just enough to let him know he could come in if he wanted. He hesitated, then walked past me. It was the first time he'd been in my apartment since I'd moved in 2 years. Never once visited. Never once asked. He looked around as if he didn't know who I was. Neat place. Simple. A framed picture of my boys on the shelf. A calendar with just 2 dates circled. January 8th was one of them. Stayed there. "I screwed up," he said. He said it like he was forcing the words out. I didn't answer. I just let him talk. People like Tyler are quick to fill silence when they don't have an easy way out. He said he was overwhelmed. That he thought I'd never say no. That when I did, it felt like a betrayal. So he got bitter. Told our parents that I was selfish. Told Jenna I was the reason we weren't doing better financially. He said he was venting, sure, but that he didn't realize how it was snowballing. That by Christmas Eve, he told so many stories about me that the truth wasn't even part of the conversation. I sat down in the chair, let him stand there and say his piece. When he finished, he would just stand there, eyes darting to the kitchen, to the floor, anywhere but to me. "Did you ever correct him?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, I wanted to, but I didn't know how." I nodded. That sounded about right. Not just that he lied, but that he let it go. Let it rot. Let everyone else think I was the villain so he wouldn't have to explain his own failure. I didn't blow up. Didn't call him names. I just looked at him for what he was. My younger brother, who had never outgrown the idea that consequences only applied to other people. He finally got to the point. We don't have enough rent this month. If we don't get help, we're going to lose the apartment. He said it like it was a fact, like it was inevitable unless I stepped in. He didn't even ask directly. He just threw it out there like he assumed I'd pick it up. I let it hang there for a second. I'm not paying, I said. He looked at me like I just slapped him. Come on, Kev. It's not just me. It's the kids. Jenna, you know they didn't ask for this. And that's when I got up, walked over to the door, not in anger, not to be dramatic, just to let him know that we were done. You should have thought of that before you made me the bad guy. You knew what you were doing. You gambled that I'd always come through. He started to say something, but I cut him off. You're not going to help me, Kev. I nodded. Yeah, I know. And now you're going to see how that feels. He stood there for another second, then walked out. Didn't slam the door, didn't yell. He just walked out quietly, like a man who finally realized the safety net was gone. After he left, I didn't feel good. It wasn't satisfying, but it was necessary because sometimes the only way people like Tyler learn is to let them fall. January 8th landed like a quiet slap. I woke up knowing what day it was. I didn't need a calendar reminder or a message to jog my memory. Rent day. The day Tyler always waited for like it was a holiday. Only this time, nothing was coming. No deposit, no text from me asking when he'd be ready. Just silence. By 9 a.m., the first text came in. Hey man, any chance you send it already? I didn't see anything come through. I read it, locked my phone, and put it face down on the counter. I made coffee like I wasn't thinking about it, but I was. Every minute. 10:12 a.m. Another one, Kev just checking. Let me know. Then a missed call. Then two. By noon, my phone had so many alerts, I just turned the sound off completely. He was spiraling, and I knew it. And I also knew it wasn't about the money. It was about the moment he realized I meant it. That I was actually done. Around 2:30 p.m., I got the message that made me stop everything. Had to ask Mom and Dad. Not proud of it. Just thought you'd be better than this. I actually laughed. Not proud of it. He'd been making me look like the villain for months, and suddenly now he wanted to play humble. That's the part that always stung the most. He never felt shame until it cost him something. I thought that would be it for the day. Thought I'd earned myself some peace. But at 4:47 p.m., there was a knock at the door. I looked through the peephole and just sighed. My parents. I opened it and didn't say a word. Let them in. My dad stepped in first, coat still zipped, eyes scanning the room like he was checking for something. My mom followed behind him, arms crossed, clutching her purse tight like she was bracing herself. They didn't sit. My dad went first. We talked to your brother. Of course you did. He told us what happened. Said you've been holding back help since Christmas. That he came to you and you refused to even consider it. That you're still angry. I leaned against the wall and waited. There was more. There was always more. Your mom and I, we don't like this new version of you, he said. The coldness, the silence, the way you're treating family like it's a transaction. I let that sink in. Coldness. Now they noticed me being cold. Not the years of being ignored, talked over, taken for granted. Not the months of being lied about behind my back. Not the Christmas Eve where their son called me a loser in my own parents' home and no one said a thing. I finally spoke. Did he tell you what he said to me the night I showed up? Or what he told you about me all year? They exchanged a look and I saw it. That pause, that split-second flash of guilt they were too proud to admit out loud. No, my mom said. He didn't go into detail. Of course not. I shook my head and said, he's not the only one with kids. You forget that mine didn't get Christmas because I spent thousands trying to make peace with a family that never once tried to make peace with me. My mom opened her mouth, but nothing came out. My dad finally stepped forward a little. Kev, we're not saying you owe him anything, but this isn't you. You're not like this. Holding grudges, punishing people. That was the moment I realized something deep and it hit harder than I expected. You don't actually know who I am. You know who you want me to be. Quiet, helpful, there when you call, gone when you don't. I told them I wasn't trying to punish Tyler. I was just done pretending that sometimes people have to deal with the result of their own choices. And if losing his apartment is what it takes for him to grow up, then maybe it's the best thing that could happen to him. They stood there for a minute like they were waiting for me to backpedal, to soften. But I didn't. I held it. My mom eventually gave me that look, the disappointed one, the one she used when I brought home B's instead of A's as a kid. Then she said, "You used to be more forgiving." And I just said, "You used to be more fair." They didn't reply. They left without slamming the door. No hugs. No see you soon. Just silence. I stood in the hallway after they were gone, listening to the echo of their footsteps fading down the stairs. For once, I didn't feel like I had to fix it. 3 days passed. No texts, no calls. The quiet felt strange after everything. I kept waiting for some follow-up storm, another confrontation, maybe a message from Jenna or one of the kids, but nothing came. It was like the whole family had collectively decided to put me on mute. I didn't mind. I spent the weekend with my boys, finally gave them the gifts I'd redirected from Christmas. Watching their faces light up as they unwrapped everything was the kind of peace I hadn't felt in months. They didn't care where the gifts came from or why I had them. They just laughed and tore through the wrapping and asked if we could set up the VR headset right now. It felt like a small win in a year full of gut punches. Sunday night around 9 p.m. I was cleaning up when the buzzer rang. Not the door. The buzzer. My building doesn't have a lot of visitors. You have to be buzzed in to even get through the front entrance. I walked over and hit the intercom. Yeah, the voice on the other end wasn't one I expected. "Hey, it's Jenna." I blinked. I hadn't heard from her directly since ever. Tyler always handled everything. She was always polite, nice, even, but distant. I had never had a real one-on-one conversation with her that lasted longer than a hello or goodbye. I buzzed her in. A minute later, she was at my door. No coat, just a thick hoodie, car keys in her hand, face flushed from the cold. I let her in, more curious than anything. She didn't even sit down, just stood there in my hallway. "I didn't know." That's what she said first. Didn't know what all of it, what Tyler had said about you, what he'd been telling people. "I thought you ghosted him after the loan thing. I thought you were being petty." She looked tired. Not like she'd been crying, but like she hadn't slept. "He told me everything after you cut him off," she said. "The lies, the stuff he said about you to your parents, even things he told our kids. I didn't even know what to say to him." I leaned against the counter, arms crossed, not really knowing where this was going. Then she dropped it. "I'm leaving him." I didn't react at first because it didn't register. She just kept going. "It's not just about you. It's everything. He's been reckless, selfish, dismissive, and I covered for him for too long because I didn't want to believe I picked wrong." She looked at me straight then. "You didn't deserve what he did to you, and neither did I." I didn't say anything right away. It was a lot. Unexpected, sure, but also not what I thought would come out of all this. I expected more silence. Maybe another passive-aggressive message through my mom, but not this. She said she had a place lined up with her sister and that the kids would be with her, that she wasn't looking for money or help. She just wanted to say it face to face because someone needed to. Then before leaving, she said one more thing. "I hope this doesn't make it worse between you and your parents. But if it does, maybe it's not the worst thing." She left and I stood in the middle of my apartment, door still open, wondering if that had just actually happened. I wasn't sure what I felt, but I knew one thing. Everything was about to change again. I didn't hear anything for 2 days after Jenna showed up. Not from Tyler. Not from my parents. Not even from the family group chat, which had been suspiciously quiet since Christmas. I guess news like that doesn't stay secret for long. Jenna leaving with the kids. That was a nuclear hit to Tyler's carefully managed narrative. And then came the knock. This time it was all three of them. My mom, my dad, and Tyler. I opened the door, took one look at their faces, and knew exactly why they were there. Tyler looked wrecked. Puffy eyes, stubble, wearing a coat that looked thrown on in a rush. My mom looked like she was holding in something. My dad just looked tired. "We need to talk," my mom said. I let them in, not because I wanted to, but because I wanted it finished. They stood. I sat. My dad started with the usual. How the family was falling apart. How everyone had said things they didn't mean. How it was time to heal. Tyler didn't speak. He looked at the floor most of the time, hands shoved in his pockets like a teenager caught cheating on a test. Then my mom started in. You embarrassed us, Kevin. Jenna came to us after she left him. She said you were part of the reason she walked out. I sat forward a little. No, she walked out because she finally saw him for what he is. The lies, the manipulation, the way he blamed everyone but himself. You think I talked her into it? I didn't have to. All I did was stay out of her way. That's when Tyler finally spoke. You've wanted this for years. I laughed. Really laughed. What exactly did I want, Tyler? For your marriage to fall apart? For my own parents to treat me like a backup plan? For Christmas to turn into a damn battleground? I stood up, walked over to the shelf, pulled out a plain white envelope. I'd been saving it. Here's something I wasn't going to give you, I said, holding it up. Tyler took it. He opened it slowly, eyes narrowing. It was a check, $50,000. Dated 6 months ago, void written across it in black marker. I wrote that when I first considered helping you before I knew what you were saying behind my back. Before you tried to turn the whole family against me. I let that sink in. My dad shifted uncomfortably. My mom looked like she wanted to speak but couldn't. You didn't just lie, I said. You made me the villain in every room I walked into, and I still showed up with gifts. Still showed up ready to fix something I didn't even break. You made your choice. Now I'm making mine. I looked at my parents. You too let it happen. You took his side without ever asking mine. You let him call me names, ignore me, guilt me, and you did nothing. So here's the new deal. You're out of favors, no more money, no more help. No more texts at 2 a.m. because Tyler forgot to pay a bill or lost another job. I'm not your fixer. I'm not your second son. I'm just done. You want to talk? You call me when it's not about him. You want to visit? You bring respect. Otherwise, don't bother. Tyler opened his mouth again. I raised my hand. Don't. Just don't. They stood there in silence. I opened the door. They walked out without a word. Not a single word. I closed the door behind them, locked it, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I owed anyone anything. Not guilt, not money, not forgiveness, just peace. And that was more than enough. A week passed. No calls, no knocks, not even a guilty text from my mom trying to check in. Just silence. It should have felt good. And in a way, it did. The peace was real this time. No weight on my shoulders. No unpaid bills hanging over me. No one pretending to care just to get something out of me. I was even starting to sleep better. I started thinking about planning a trip with my boys. Maybe spring break. Just us. Then out of nowhere I got a letter. Not an email, not a text, a real letter. Handwritten, no return address. Postmarked from my hometown. It was neatly folded in a plain white envelope. The handwriting was clean, careful. I almost threw it away, but I opened it. It wasn't from Tyler. It wasn't from my parents, either. It was from someone I hadn't heard from in years, my cousin Mark. He and I had been close as kids, then drifted apart like most people. I hadn't seen him since a wedding 3 years ago. I barely thought about him. The letter began simply. He'd heard what had happened. Apparently, the story had spread further than I thought. Some version of it anyway. Tyler's downfall, the family split, Jenna leaving. But Mark's letter wasn't about sympathy or gossip. It was a warning. He said that Tyler was up to something, that he'd been telling people I'd ruined his life on purpose, that I'd manipulated Jenna into leaving, that I was hiding something big, that he was talking to someone about setting the record straight. I sat there holding the letter, reading those words over and over. Set the record straight. I didn't know what that meant. I still don't. But it was the last line that stuck with me the most. If he's serious about what he said the other night, you should be ready. I don't think he's just talking anymore. There was no signature. Just take care. I folded the letter and put it in my desk drawer. I didn't tell anyone about it. Not yet. Not even my boys. I don't know if Tyler's bluffing or if he's really up to something. But I do know this. Something is coming. Now on to the next story. Story 9. My parents said they couldn't afford to take me on a family vacation, and a week later, my mom posted on Facebook, "Our family and our dear daughter with her new boyfriend. The family is together." I did not react to it. A week later, when they had an emergency, they came to beg for help. I cut them off, and then my dad. I'm Jack. I'm 26 and I rent a one-bedroom apartment just outside of Denver. I work in IT support for a healthcare software company, mostly remotely. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills and gives me space from my family with whom I thought I'd finally made peace. Turns out I was just ignoring the obvious. This whole thing started less than a month ago. Mid-March, I was at my parents' house for dinner. Something I do every couple of weeks, more out of habit than anything else. My sister, Emma, was there. She's 25 and still lives at home. Spoiled in a way that's subtle unless you've lived next door to her for 2 decades. She doesn't get everything she wants, just everything that matters. We were sitting at the table when my mom started talking about this trip they were planning. Some cabin resort in Aspen, a rustic meets luxury kind of place. She had printed out the brochure and everything. They were going to hike, unplug, maybe ride horses, the works. I casually asked if I could go. I hadn't had a vacation in years. I thought it might be good for all of us to spend some time together, just once. Mom gave me this look like she felt sorry for me. Then, she started to explain that things were tight this year. The cabin only sleeps 4, and money was kind of tight after taxes, and she didn't want me to feel pressured to pay my own way because she knew rent was expensive and all that. I didn't push. I just said, okay, sure. No worries. I left their apartment that night not even angry, just kind of numb. I kept thinking, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it was really about the money. Maybe they really thought they were sparing me the burden. A week later, I'm working late in my apartment. Around 9:30, I took a break and checked Facebook. My mother had posted a photo. She, my dad, Emma, and Zach, Emma's boyfriend, standing on a cliff in Colorado, arms around each other, smiling like a Hallmark ad. The caption read, "Our family and our dear daughter with her new boyfriend. Family together." I don't know what hit me harder. The fact that they went without me or the fact that they brought Zach and called it our family. Zach, a guy Emma had been seeing for 2 months. He was new, quiet, the kind of person who says things like, "Nice to meet you," and actually means it. I liked him. I still kind of do, which makes the whole thing worse because if they'd asked me if it was okay for them to bring him, I probably would have said yes. But they didn't ask. They just replaced me. I didn't say anything. Not to them, not to Zach, not to the posts. I just sat with it and let it eat a hole in me. A week after they returned, it was Monday night. I just finished dinner and was watching something on Netflix when there was a knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone. I opened it and saw all 3 of them, Mom, Dad, Emma, standing in the hallway. They looked wrecked, hair tousled, eyes sunken like they hadn't slept in days. I didn't even say hello. I just waited. Mom started right in. Something about how things had gone downhill fast. Their SUV had been stolen and dumped in some parking lot with the engine removed. Dad had invested money, borrowed from his own retirement, I later found out, in a business deal with an old friend that turned out to be a scam. And Emma, she had tried to help by putting some expenses on her credit card. Now she was maxed out and in a panic. They needed help just for a little while. Place to crash. Maybe a small loan just until things stabilized. I told them no. Flat. No. Not because I didn't have the space. Not because I couldn't help, but because they'd already shown me exactly where I stood. They stared at me as if I'd just thrown them out into the snow. Then they left without another word. I didn't hear from them for a few days. Then things started to spiral in a direction I didn't see coming. 2 days after I threw them out, there was silence, no calls, no texts, no emails. Felt strange at first. My mom, the queen of check-ins and guilt-ridden group messages, suddenly disappeared. Emma wasn't even posting on social media. That alone was odd. Her usual stories of brunches, dog selfies, or blurry sunsets had gone dark. I'll admit, for a minute I thought maybe they were just embarrassed. Maybe this would be the wake-up call. Maybe we'd all cool off and talk like adults. but I underestimated them. Once again, Friday morning, I got a text from Zach. It was short. He just said, "Can we talk?" I said, "Sure." He came over that evening. He looked tired, like he was carrying some weight he wasn't used to. He sat down and didn't even touch the drink I offered him. Then he hit me with it. He told me he didn't know they hadn't invited me on the trip. He assumed I was just busy with work or couldn't make it. He said he felt sick when he saw my face after reading the Facebook post. He didn't want to go on the trip originally, but Emma insisted. Then he said he wanted out. Not just out of the conversation, out of the relationship. He'd been living with them for a week. After I said no, they dragged him into their mess. They made him use his savings for food, told him it was only temporary. My mother cornered him the night before and asked what his long-term intentions were with Emma. Then she suggested marriage. Kids. She even pulled out a photo album from when Emma was a baby as if that would sweeten the deal. He was horrified. Told me he hadn't even been with her long enough to meet her extended family, let alone plan for kids. He said he felt like he'd joined a cult. So he broke up with Emma, packed up, and left that morning. That's when things started to change. Sunday morning, I got a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. When I played it back, it was my dad. It was the first time he'd contacted me directly since they showed up at my door. The message was cold. No apology, no explanation. Just, "You've made your choice. We'll do things without you." I didn't think much of it at first until Monday. I walked out to my car to go to the store, keys in hand, and I froze when I saw the windshield. Smeared across the glass in what looked like oil or paint were the words, "Family doesn't leave family. No note, no witnesses." I filed the report. The cops said they checked the cameras in the area, but I already knew no one would be caught. That same day, my bank account was flagged for suspicious activity. Someone had tried to access it from my dad's town. Probably a coincidence, I thought. Maybe. I didn't call them. I didn't confront anyone. Instead, I started planning. If they wanted a war, I could give them one, but on my terms, and they wouldn't see it coming. After the windshield, I stopped pretending this was something that would blow over. I didn't call the police anymore. I didn't confront anyone. Instead, I went silent. I started digging. I knew my father had lines he didn't want crossed, people he owed money to, some things he'd rather not have on paper. And it didn't take long to find one of them. Back in 2022, he'd used my social security number as a cosigner on a loan. I only found out because of a random soft credit pull I did last year. I confronted him at the time, and he played dumb until I threatened to get a lawyer. He begged me to let it go, said he'd pay it off and close it. I never saw any proof, but I did nothing. Now I saw an opportunity. I called the loan company and told them the truth. I said I never signed anything. I sent them an affidavit and a letter from a lawyer friend who owed me a favor. The account is now under investigation. His balance has gone up. His interest has been frozen, and he's been banned from anything credit-related until this is resolved. 3 days later, my mother texted me a photo of a letter she had received from the bank. Then she called. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail. She was crying, asking me why I was doing this. She said we were family and family forgives. I didn't answer. That night, Emma posted a story on Instagram. A black screen with white text. "Betrayal is always loudest when it comes from those you trust." I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was desperate. The next day, I went to see someone I hadn't spoken to in over a year. My grandfather, my father's father. He lives in a little town about 40 minutes away. I always liked him. He was nothing like my dad. Quiet, sharp, always had this dry way of saying things that made people nervous. He was the kind of guy who didn't talk much, but when he did, people listened. When I showed up at his house, he opened the door, gave me a long look and said, "Took you long enough." We sat on the porch. I told him everything. Not just what they had done to me, but what they'd done for years. How it always came down to them and Emma. How I was only useful when things fell apart. He didn't say much. He just sat there and listened. When I told him about the windshield, about the loan, about how they came to me with fake apologies after lying to my face, He leaned back and let out this dry little laugh. Then he said something I'll never forget. You know, people like your father didn't live long in 45. Big mouths. No honor. The kind of guy who'd sell you out to save his coat. I didn't even know how to respond. Then he added, let them come crawling, but don't let them forget the mud on their knees. He offered to help in his own way. He said he still had some friends who could push some buttons if needed. I told him not yet, but I didn't say no. The next morning, I got another message from my mother. This time it was different. She said they wanted to meet just to talk, clear the air. She said it would be just the three of them, me, her, and Dad. They didn't know that I already had something else planned for that day. And they definitely didn't know that I'd invited someone else to join us. We agreed to meet at this quiet diner on the edge of town. Neutral territory, not too public, but not a place where they could corner me either. I chose the booth in the back. I was already seated when they walked in. Mom, Dad, and Emma. No Zach this time, he was out of the picture. Just the original trio. They sat down as if it were a family dinner. Mom tried to smile. Dad looked irritated before he said a word. Emma wore sunglasses inside, probably for effect. They didn't order anything. They just dove right in. Mom started talking about family, about forgiveness, about misunderstandings and bad timing. Dad stayed quiet, which was not like him. He usually liked to play the victim. Today, he looked like someone with something to lose. This was new. They offered to forget everything if I just stopped escalating. They said things were hard enough without me adding fuel. I told them I wasn't adding anything. I was just tired of pretending. Then I told them something else. Something I'd been waiting to drop. I said, by the way, do you remember that small business loan you applied for with that veterans grant? The one where you doubled your income and listed your employment as active military. His face froze. I leaned forward. I sent them the real numbers and a copy of your DD-214. Mom's mouth opened as if to say something, but nothing came out. I wasn't lying. My grandfather had given me the papers. He said he'd kept them in case my dad ever tried to pull something stupid with the VA again. He had, and now it was being investigated for fraud. I got up, ready to leave. That's when my grandfather walked in. He wasn't invited to sit down. He was just standing at the end of the table with his arms crossed. My father looked like he'd seen a ghost. Grandpa didn't say anything right away. He just looked at his son the way you look at something disappointing that you can't give back. Then he said, loud enough for the other patrons to hear, you always thought you were smarter than everyone else. You never figured out that being smart doesn't mean being honest. He turned to me, smiled just a little and added, I'm glad you didn't turn out like him. Then he left. I left after that. The fallout began almost immediately. 3 days later, Dad's loan application was officially frozen, pending investigation. His business partner backed out of a deal, probably hearing whispers from someone who knew someone. My mother posted a long, rambling Facebook status about how families should forgive each other, not destroy each other. Emma posted a photo of herself crying, followed by a quote about how people show their true colors in hard times. I didn't comment. I didn't return the 24 phone calls that followed. Instead, I took another step. There was a family trust. My grandfather had set it up long ago, something small but stable, something to pass on to his grandchildren someday. My dad had been quietly trying to convince him to move it all over to Emma. I said, I'm not interested in family wealth. I sat down with Grandpa again that week. I didn't even have to bring it up. He told me he'd already changed the paperwork. Emma was out. My dad's name was completely gone. He laughed when he told me, your dad was always good at playing the hero until someone read the script. The next message I got from my parents wasn't a voicemail. It was a legal notice. Apparently, they were considering suing me. That's when I decided it was time to stop playing defense. The legal notice wasn't serious. Not really. It was a canned letter written by some local lawyer they probably found online. But it said enough that my parents were willing to cross the line, that they thought they could scare me into backing down. What they didn't realize was that I had already been preparing for this. Quietly, methodically. I had 2 goals: to burn their lies to the ground and to make sure they never had the strength to crawl back out. The first step was public. I created a folder. Screenshots, documents, data, texts. All the times they used me, lied to me, took from me. Proof of the loan in my name. The text from Emma guilting me into helping with her debt. The VA fraud paperwork Grandpa had kept. Photos of the smashed windshield. And the message my dad left after I told them no. Everything. Then I published it. Not in a dramatic tell-all, just a post titled, "This is what family looks like when you're only useful in a crisis." I posted it on a community forum that we all belong to. Local, tight-knit, mostly suburban folks who love to gossip. The kind of place where my dad had always tried to play the respected family man. Within hours, it spread. People commented. Some shared their own stories. A few recognized my dad's name and weren't surprised. By morning, two things had happened. First, my mom deleted her Facebook. Every post gone. Second, my dad lost his volunteer position with the local business council. Someone had forwarded my post. I wasn't done. I contacted the collection agency associated with Emma's credit card debt. I told them where she worked now. I also sent them a list of purchases she made on Zach's card, which he gave me after they broke up. Designer bags, concert tickets, a spa retreat, the same week they claimed they were barely surviving. He was more than happy to cooperate. They froze her account by the end of the week. She called me 6 times in one night. I didn't pick up. But the real blow came later. My dad was trying to start a new business. Something about property management. It wasn't up yet, but I found the LLC application online. My mom was listed as the second manager. So I called a friend who works in real estate law. The company hadn't completed its zoning permits. And guess what? There were discrepancies in the paperwork. Wrong addresses, misreported income, enough to trigger a delay and a review. Within 3 days, the city froze the application and began a formal investigation. I didn't tell them it was me, but they knew. This time, they sent me an email. No threats, no legalese, just 2 words. "Why, Jack?" I didn't reply. Instead, I printed out the canned letter they had sent me, took it to Grandpa and handed it to him. He read it, then poured 2 glasses of bourbon, one for him, one for me. He raised his glass and said, "Your father was always good at writing checks with his mouth. Too bad he never learned how to cash them." Then he added, "They've done enough damage for now, but if they come back, we'll give them a proper burial." I nodded. We drank. And then I began to work on the last step because the house they live in, it's not really theirs. It was Grandpa's, and they're about to learn what it feels like to pack up in a hurry. 2 weeks after the city froze my dad's business account, the whole thing started to fall apart faster than even I expected. Turns out when you build your life on borrowed money, forged papers, and fake charm, all it takes is one solid push. That push was me. The city flagged his tax returns. Then an audit was opened and someone, probably that retired accountant Grandpa knew, anonymously tipped off the local paper. They ran a small article about mismanaged funds and questionable veterans' business claims. It didn't name him, but everyone in our town who read it knew exactly who it was. One by one, his investors pulled out. Not because they cared about ethics, just because they smelled fire and didn't want to get burned. Then came the real blow. My dad had taken out a second mortgage on the house he and my mom lived in. Only the house wasn't legally his. It was still in Grandpa's name, something he conveniently forgot when he tried to use forged documents to support the loan. The bank called. Grandpa answered, and instead of covering for him, he handed over the real deed. That's when Grandpa made his final move. He changed the trust officially, legally. The house and the land it sat on went into a family trust with one name on it, mine. Not Emma's, not my mother's, not even a clause for my father. They were given 30 days to leave. They didn't fight it, not publicly. But the last week before the move, something strange happened. I got a message from a woman I didn't recognize. She said she was my dad's former assistant from when he ran a chain of car dealerships. His one semi-successful gig years ago. She said she had seen it all unfold and thought I should know something. Turns out my dad had another kid. Not recently, years ago. A half-brother from an affair he had while my mom was pregnant with Emma. I didn't know what to do with that information. I still don't. But somehow it made more sense. The way he treated Emma like royalty. The way he treated me like I was barely there. Like I was the reminder that he didn't run fast enough. I didn't tell Emma. I don't think I ever will. The last day before the eviction, my parents didn't say a word. They were packing boxes. Emma cried and wrote cryptic quotes about being cut off by your own blood. My mom looked like someone who had aged 10 years in a week. My dad, he just looked tired. He left a note in Grandpa's mailbox before they left. I never saw it. Grandpa burned it in the fire pit without reading it. When I asked him what it said, he said, "I don't care." I've been reading his excuses for 30 years now. They live in a rented house on the outskirts of town. I've heard from someone that my dad is trying to get some consulting work for a friend who doesn't know any better. Emma is working retail again. Mom has been quiet, too quiet. I visit Grandpa once a week. We sit on the porch and have coffee. Sometimes we talk. Sometimes we just listen to the silence. One time he took out an old hunting knife and gave it to me. I thought it was a sentimental gesture. Instead, he said, "This was my father's. He used it to cut ropes when the barn caught fire in '42. Sometimes you got to cut things loose before they pull you under." Then he smiled, that crooked old man's smile. "You did good, Jack. You didn't just get up. You finished it." And he was right. My dad still emails me once a month now. Always a new address. Always the same tone. Remorse painted over bitterness. I never answer. I don't need revenge anymore. I have already won. Update 1. It had been a few months since the eviction. My life had actually started to feel settled. I was seeing someone new, working on a promotion, even considering getting a dog. I hadn't heard from my parents in weeks, which was unusual considering my dad's streak of monthly guilt emails. Then one came out of nowhere, but it wasn't from him. It was from a lawyer, and not one of those sketchy can types. This was a real estate lawyer from out of state. The subject line of the email simply said, "Urgent regarding purchase of property by Mr. Ronald K." My dad's full name. I opened it thinking it might be junk. It wasn't. Apparently, my dad had bought a small piece of land outside of town. Not in his name. He'd used the Shell LLC with someone else listed as manager. Someone he'd worked with decades ago. It was remote, just trees and dirt, no utilities, no permits. But here's the kicker. He had submitted blueprints for a self-sustaining cabin, off-grid living, hidden in paperwork, no address published. The lawyer didn't know who I was at first. He said he'd been hired to handle the permits and found my name by accident while cross-referencing my grandfather's deed of trust. Something about land disputes and overlapping zoning. The properties were close to each other. My dad wanted to live out there alone, off the grid, completely isolated. I didn't know what to think. It wasn't like him. He thrived on people watching, applause, control. But this looked like the exit plan of a man who knew he was out of cards. I didn't tell Grandpa at first. I thought it might be better if he didn't know. But then last week, Grandpa called me over. He had that look again, like something was already playing in his head. "Got a call," he said. "An old friend said your dad's been snooping around the city assessor's office, asking about moving boundaries, building permits, trying to quietly redraw maps." I nodded and told him what I had found out. He didn't say anything for a while, just nodded back. Then he said, "You know why he's doing it, right?" I shrugged. "He's not trying to disappear. He's trying to wait us out." That hadn't even occurred to me, but it made sense. My dad wasn't running. He was hiding, laying low, waiting for people to cool off, then coming back when the smoke cleared, pretending to be humble. Grandpa pulled out a small envelope and handed it to me. Inside was a deed, not to our property, but to the land next to the one my father had just bought. Grandpa had bought it a week before through someone else. He looked at me and grinned. "If he wants to disappear into the woods, he'll have to look at my house every morning." I didn't even ask how he did it, but a part of me knew this wasn't over. My dad wasn't planning on disappearing. He was planning a comeback. And this time it wouldn't be public. It would be slow, quiet, manipulative, just like him. But now we were watching and he had no idea. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.